Hello, everybody, and welcome. My name's Lindsay Levin, and I'm going to be your narrator and steward through the next 3.5 hours of our closing session focused on transformational leadership. We're going to spend the time looking into the future with leaders from organizations, countries, and regions who are leading this transformation. So 9 days, 10 themes. What have we learned? Across every sector of the global economy, we can reach net zero emissions. We can do it faster than we thought just a year or two ago. And we can do it more cheaply than anyone predicted just 5 years ago. This is within our grasp. The decisive decade, the decade of the fastest economic transition in history. And it's going to take transformational leadership. And that's what this final session will focus on. We want to discuss how leadership in politics, finance, and economics will accelerate this decade of action. The global pandemic is a tragedy, but it's also a disruptor. It increasingly looks likely that this disruption will accelerate the transformation to green, healthy, resilient societies. It's changing behaviors and it's changing business models, and it highlights that we are vulnerable. We need to build resilience, to prepare for shocks, for speed, for scale and surprise. And that's why we need systems transformation. We need to think and act at a systems level. And that's why I'm inviting back Johan Rockström and Sandrine Dixon de Clèves to share with us now. They opened the Race to Zero dialogues just 9 days ago. Let's get a reminder from them of what's at stake and what it will take to bend the curve and how close we are to reaching the transformational systems change that's needed. Johan, over to you.
Thanks, Lindsay. And well, dear friends, I think these 2 weeks has shown beyond any doubt that this is not only, as you point out, Lindsay, the decisive decade in terms of transition. It's also the decade of a sustainability systems change. It's the decade of integration. If we take the first slide, just as a reminder of the science showing that to reach the Paris Climate Agreement, we know scientifically that to have a 66% chance of success, it's not enough to become fossil fuel free. It requires that we are able to maintain the carbon sinks and the resilience in the entire Earth system. It requires that we transition the global food system from source to sink. It requires massive investments in negative emissions, becoming stewards of the entire planet. So if we take the next slide, it is a transition to stay within the safe operating space of planetary boundaries. That gives us a 66% chance of success. So it truly is all sectors integrated in a massive challenge over the next decade. If we take the next slide, the science behind this is originating from the rising evidence of approaching irreversible tipping points. We now need to recognize that the Amazon rainforest is on track to switch over from being one of the most reliable carbon sinks to becoming a source of carbon. We have, for example, during this week, listened to Chief Raoni from the Amazon indigenous communities calling to action and reminding us that we are in a state of planetary emergency. We cannot risk losing the critical biomes that regulates the stability of the climate system. The Arctic sea ice is on track to disappear in the summer in just 15 years, a major planet climate system regulating system. Our remaining carbon budget, to have a 2 out of 3 chance of success remains and gives us only another 7 to 8 years if we continue burning fossil fuels at the pace that we are currently following. This is why we need now to follow the carbon law, which is setting out cutting emissions by half every decade to stand a chance of delivering on Paris. Luckily, the carbon law and the exponential roadmap in these 2 weeks show clearly that system by system, sector by sector, we have the solutions. We can meet the carbon law trajectory in buildings, in transport, on circular economic sector for consumer goods across every sector in society. Interestingly, we are following the pathway along the correct exponential roadmaps in, for example, transport, which is just a few years back something we could not anticipate. Now, the biggest geopolitical change is right in front of our eyes, which has been proclaimed quite clearly during this week, which is that we start seeing the emergence of what we can call the G3 on climate. We have the three largest economic regions in the world, the United States, European Union, and China, sending a very clear commitment to kind of follow a science-based track towards net zero in only 30 years' time. The European Union has committed to net zero by 2050. China, Xi Jinping has also committed China to net zero no later than 2060. And now with the Biden administration stepping into the US, we have also a commitment to net zero by 2050. If this now becomes the new guide for development over the next decade, it could tip over the logic in the whole global economy. So these are signs of a trajectory that is aligning with science. So I think, Sandrine, that we're starting to see a clear pathway towards a climate-safe future. And the question is, how can we now accelerate this even further at this emergency point? Sandrine.
Thank you so much, Johan, and I completely agree with you. I would even add that as we started our opening remarks, as Lindsay, you indicated at the very beginning of this journey, we talked about the links between systems and not just the planetary boundaries, but the human systems, the social systems, and the different types of tipping points that we're now seeing. And how do we optimize those different tipping points? And if you look at one of the slides that actually I had also shown at the beginning of these dialogues, we had seen that actually if you look at those social tipping points and you take the optimization of the mass movements, the calls from people, from citizens, from the youth, that it is time for change, that we must leave the planet much healthier for the next generation. The political progress, which actually Johan has just alluded to, and which we're also seeing in a variety of different other countries, the NDCs that we're starting to see as we move into Glasgow that we didn't think we would actually have a year ago. And then the market forces. I mean, myself here in Brussels, we're working on taxonomy regulation and sustainable finance. We're trying to figure out how not only our carbon emissions can be actually a proper market, but also carbon pricing. And then the technological disruption. Another announcement that we saw both through the commitments these last 10 days, but also through the UK government, was the call to actually ban all internal combustion engines by 2030. What an incredible shift that is from technologically proven new engines with regard to electrification. So can we actually move the bar and shift those tipping points? And that's where systems thinking is fundamental. We need to talk about exponential S-curves. We need to not only have those S-curves within technology shifts, but we also need to see how we can optimize our partnerships, our networks, work across different sectors, and ensure that also we have private, public partnerships and bring as many citizens on the journey. And taking that into consideration, what is truly exciting is the fact that today myself and Johan and other partners are actually launching our Transformational Economics program, which is the Earth for All program. For the next 2 years, we will be working with top scientists and modelers to look at those transformational pathways in the area of food, of energy, and ensure also that we talk about equity, population, and poverty elimination. All of those different systems approaches and shifts within the underbelly of the economic and the financial system that will enable us to get to where we need to go together, not only to hit net zero, but as Kate Raworth so well said also in our opening, to make sure that zero is just a point on the way to regenerative, to a completely circular economy, to what we call a well-being economy. And so I must say that what we hope has come out of these dialogues and what this closing ceremony will be about is how can we match the incredible dedication that we're starting to see from industry and technology suppliers with new policies at the right time to make sure that we do have a decade of action. And we use systems thinking across the board to optimize, to strategize, and to connect the dots for complete success as we hit this challenge.
Thank you. Thank you both. It was so inspiring to listen to you, so energizing as we come to the end of these days together. I just want to ask each of you, what is your call to action today and what gives you hope? Johan.
I think my number one message builds actually on the lessons of these 2 weeks, that we cannot wait for 195 countries to all sing the right song simultaneously. But we're seeing large enough alliances, large enough keystone actors, large enough number of businesses, communities, cities, countries that are becoming large enough minorities to tip over the logic in the indifferent ocean of inertia that we're seeing in the world. So when you get a large enough number of businesses in the heavy truck sector clearly stepping on the fossil fuel-free pathway, when we see large enough number of countries clearly binding themselves on the scientific targets, that is what we now need to communicate, and we need to prove that that can give us better outcomes for economy, jobs, security, and health. And I think that is kind of the number one call, clubs of alliances for success. The second is, please, let's all follow the carbon law. Individuals, households, societies, organizations, businesses can all adopt cutting emissions by half every decade is our task. And just to continue on that path at every moment of our lives, follow the carbon law.
Maybe building on that, Lindsay, let's make sure that we follow the carbon law and then put in place the necessary targets at the level of the energy sector, the transport sector, and all the other sectors that really have a substantial contribution to greenhouse gas emissions mitigation. But then I would also add to that the importance of bringing people on the journey. We've seen what happened in the United States. We've, to some degree, brought back the US into the Paris Agreement, which is phenomenal. But we have an absolutely divided country. And if we cannot get better at bringing more people on this journey, citizens who understand not only the necessity and the emergency, but also how we can do it, the positive, the fact that actually the Anthropocene can shift from what Pope Francis said is an anthropocentric period in time, away from the ego to the eco, that we as human beings can prove that actually we can work together and get ourselves out of this mess.
Thank you both. I totally echo that. If this year has taught us nothing, it would be that really we're on this journey together and we cannot go it alone and we cannot leave people behind. Thank you both, not only for your remarks today, but for the work that you and all your colleagues do in the world. Now let's move to a summary of 9 days of dialogue, starting with a short video of highlights.
We're going to galvanise the global retail industry to commit to net zero by 2040, using the BRC Climate Action Roadmap as a template for collaborative action. I hope that by COP26 next year, we can be on stage with our partners to demonstrate unity across the retail industry in that race to net zero.
We're going to build a new zero carbon electricity system which can provide 60% of all our energy eventually, with another 10 to 15% coming from clean zero carbon hydrogen. And that is going to provide the clean energy with which the entire world can achieve growth and prosperity.
We are going to leave no one behind as we work on reducing all inequalities, whilst we engage youth, women, people living with disabilities, and also the indigenous groups, as we work on building back better and creating resilient communities.
We are going to speak with our own money. Money we put into our own pension, money with insurance companies or banks. Trillions of dollars must and are embracing the net zero challenge. and they've seen the opportunity of financing green solutions that create green jobs.
Following the recent announcement by the UK Prime Minister, I feel confident saying that the time for net zero transport has come. We're going to revolutionise the sector using the actions of states, regions, corporates, cities and civil society. Our events saw input from the whole EV value chain and policymakers around the world. Their message was clear: this opportunity cannot be missed. The technology is already in place for us to roll out net zero transport at scale in countries all around the world.
We want the WHO manifesto with the 6 prescriptions to be implemented in countries and cities. The Lancet Pathfinder initiative will look for good experiences, case studies for healthy climate solutions. And we have proved as well that the National Health System, NHS in UK, for instance, will give us a good example, a leadership on how the health system can reduce their own emissions.
We're going to work together for the adequate protection of water resources, freshwater ecosystem, and people. Bring about a water use revolution in industries, agriculture, and cities, and put in motion a paradigm shift in the reuse of water and wastewater.
We are going to scale regenerative agriculture worldwide by empowering farmers and corporates to transition their agricultural systems. Today, I'm representing the youth so that we can bring collective change in the next COP to bring regenerative agriculture mainstream. So let's join us and let's regenerate the planet.
We are going to expand our use of nature-based solutions to meet our carbon neutrality goals and to build our resilience to accelerating climate-driven threats.
We are going to harness the power of culture, art forms and heritage to help understand the urgency of climate action and to anchor resilience measures in the values, knowledge and traditions of Indigenous people.
We are going to amplify the voices of the poor and most vulnerable communities in Africa who are least responsible for greenhouse gas emissions and most impacted by climate change. Investing in renewable energy and innovations that provide economic opportunities for the poorest communities in Africa can help us leapfrog into a green economy while meeting our development objectives.
Energy access is key. The race to zero dialogue is key. It's not just only a talk. We need to come together for a long term to recover from the COVID-19. Together we will win that race. It is critical and important, and we must come together to leverage trillions for the implementation for the fight against climate change.
We are going to achieve the total decarbonization of the buildings and construction sector. We owe it to our planet and to people everywhere. We can do this by communicating the urgency of the challenge and the achievability of the solutions.
Wonderful. So many people doing great work across the world. So welcome now to session 2, Raising Ambition on the Road to Net Zero. We're going to share some highlights from the sectoral dialogues. And I'm delighted to be joined by 4 panelists to share their key takeaways from the dialogues. Victoria Talley-Corpus, UN Special Rapporteur, Kaya Axelsson, Senior Policy Officer at Oxford Net Zero and convener of the dialogue's Youth Setting the Agenda series, Andreas Fola, Head of Sustainability at Scania, and Miriam Omi, Head of Sustainability and Responsible Investment at LGIM. Welcome to all of you. Glad to have you here. Victoria, let me start with you. We heard in the video how each sector is going to get to a healthy, resilient, zero carbon recovery. Can you tell us the critical role that nature-based solutions can play in this and in enabling a regenerative future?
Thank you very much. Well, nature-based solutions indeed are very important because most of the efforts to sequester carbon also relies a lot on nature, and this means healthy forests, healthy ecosystems, which have the capacity to sequester carbon. And indigenous people, whom I'm representing, are the ones who have seen this, who have known about this reality, this truth for a long time, and thus they are the ones who are still in the front line in terms of protecting this forest and even restoring those which have been destroyed, as well as the ecosystems like mangrove forest, for instance, in the marine ecosystems as well. So I think that nature-based solutions, which is linked with the commitment and actions of people, in particular indigenous peoples in our case, are going to contribute significantly to meeting the zero target that we are aiming for.
And Vicky, tell us a little bit more about the role of indigenous people that they actually play in protecting these most important ecosystems. Can you bring that to life for us a little bit with one or two examples? And also share with us what needs to change to support this further.
Sure. Thank you. Yes, indigenous peoples and local communities, they cover, their territories cover around 43.5 million square kilometers, which is 32% of the world's land. In this, the researches that have come up now would show that these forests in which indigenous peoples and local communities are depending on and living in are very important for sequestering carbon, but also for of course, producing the needs that people have, whether in terms of water or food security, among others. So these are very concrete. You can see, if you look at the maps, you can see the overlap between these well-kept ecosystems and indigenous peoples' territories. And so the plea of indigenous peoples all over the world is to say that, for as long as you continue to respect and protect our rights to be able to defend our lands and territories, then we will be able to contribute significantly in this quest for the zero target. And these rights that we have to be instituted, not just at the country level, but of course the international level, as well as the support that we need in terms of political advocacy and also financial resources.
Thank you, Vicky. Kaya, let me bring you into the conversation. You've convened a powerful set of youth dialogues across these 9 days. We've seen youth speakers and corporate leaders showing up with courage and openness and honesty. What's the magic here? How did you bring about that quality of dialogue? And why is such a dialogue so important?
Well, the magic is, of course, the young people themselves. Most of the time is not so much spent in prepping them, but in inviting the best of young professionals who are working, who have dedicated their lives to mitigating climate change and to building resilience. So what we saw were young entrepreneurs who are working with thousands of agro-entrepreneurs and other farmers to build a more regenerative agriculture system. We had young people who are investors who are engaging with companies daily and setting meaningful and achievable expectations so that the questions are asked, because so often it's really just about asking the questions. And I know Miriam on this panel knows all about that. So often it's that companies are just not in the right frame of mind because that's not the discussion that's being had in their sector or in their day-to-day. So when you bring young people to the table who are reframing the discussion and the terms of the engagement, you really get open and honest reactions from our industry leaders because there's no way to refute that the path we have to go on is one of a regenerative future.
Do you think the young people you're working with are feeling and experiencing a difference in how they're being responded to and welcomed into the conversation?
I think that young people are very leery of being tokenized, and I think that they came into this conversation expecting to be tokenized on the panel, and I think what they found, especially with our discussion, it wasn't so much the discussion that was public, but the discussion that was private after the panel, the debrief, in which we had industry leaders stay on for an hour, continuing to take questions, continuing to think about solutions together, looking at one another as equals in these complex issues that we have to tackle together. I think that was where a lot of the work starts. It's not that these discussions are where the work ends. It's where we think, okay, well, people who aren't at the table, some of the policymakers who can set the carbon price, we need to bring them to the table next time. Actually, all of the other companies that have yet to set a net zero target, we need to bring them on board. So, you know, which associations should we work with? And what I really loved was that co-creating solutions space. And I think that the young people in our session felt really respected by that space.
Great. I mean, speaking of all the work to do, I know you've got ambitious plans for this coming year in the lead up to COP26. Share some of that with us. Give us a sense of what you foresee and what you're most excited about.
Yeah, well, I like to remind people that we are in what is called the Race to Zero campaign, and I'm a campaigner, and every good campaign that I know of starts with a spreadsheet. People think it starts with big talking points and speeches, but it starts with a spreadsheet. And when you have a spreadsheet like the one that Oxford is building right now, which tells you where the top 2,000 companies in the world are in meeting the Race to Zero criteria, then you have a starting place, you have a blueprint. So I love that the sectoral approach, the strategy that's gone into this set of dialogues and that's going to carry us into an ambitious Glasgow COP. But I'd like for our new youth fellowship that has just been announced today, Nigel and Gonzalo have been so supportive of the youth stream of the dialogues that they are committing now to bringing on a set of international youth to represent different regions and to be really informed on the sectors that we're working in. And we'd like to take a chunk of that spreadsheet and work with you all on going after those companies so that there's not a stone unturned and that there's not a company that doesn't get the question, are you in the race to zero?
Thank you, Kai. You can really feel the energy and spirit that's being fostered here. It's really exciting and extraordinary. Andreas, let me bring you in, head of sustainability at Scania, one of the big five in your industry. We all recognize you've got a big job on your hands. Heavy transport is a hard to abate sector. Given that, what's the most important enabler to decarbonize the industry and align with Paris?
Thank you so much. Well, we are a big player, as you say, and that means that we have a big responsibility and we take that very seriously. That's why we have committed to science-based carbon reduction targets in 2025, not in a distant future like 2040, 2045, but 2025. So it's right here, right now for us. We have committed to be there with zero emission products when our customers can use them. And not only that, we will make sure together with our partners that they will also be able to power these vehicles with renewable energy. That's very important. Also, doing all this, we need to make sure that we're not shifting the burden upstream to the battery suppliers and the community where the minerals are sourced, or downstream to our customers, so they sit with all the risks in this transformation. So big responsibilities, and we're taking that very seriously. I think the key enabler to decarbonize heavy transport is a well-balanced electric grid infrastructure. This is not a chicken or an egg problem that is sometimes said. It's really important that we have that, because otherwise the transporters will not risk making the investment in the new technology. And we need to make sure that they can do that and they can burden that cost and still be reliable when it comes to their transport assignment. And this infrastructure that we need is very different from the ones from passenger cars. We're talking mega chargers, and we're talking a lot of power in the same time in this system. So substantial investments need to take place throughout our markets, throughout the world at this time. The good news is that we know it will be societal beneficials. We know it will be a return on this investment. But we need to work together across politicians, governments, cities, and the finance community and business to make this happen. And if we do, I'm sure we'll be able to meet the Paris Agreement targets also in our sector.
Can you share a little bit, Andreas, a couple of the biggest challenges that you face in your role? This is a huge transformation that we're talking about, requiring unprecedented collaboration. Give us a sense of a couple of the things that maybe keep you up at night that are really challenging and the progress you need to see in this coming year.
Well, honestly, what keeps us up at night is our customers. I mean, what we cannot see and what we cannot afford is to put the burden on transporters in this transformation. I mean, we have to remember that the majority of our customers are small and medium-sized companies with a small fleet of vehicles. And it's unreasonable to believe that they will take the risks, the costs, and the just nuisance of changing to a new technology. So I think the big players need to come together on the highest possible level and make sure that we take out the risks from the ones who's actually carrying out transports. And then we can do it. And that, going back to what I said before, that will require partnerships, and that will require alliances, sometimes unexpected alliances, to make sure that we roll out this technology in a way that is reasonable for the ones who's going to carry out the transports.
Thank you very much, Andreas. Miriam, let's bring you in. You've been part of today's finance dialogues. What's the critical role that finance will play in enabling the kind of ambition we're talking about?
Sure. I mean, obviously, money is everything. We have to finance all the transition that we've been talking about. And I think what we've been hearing over many hours today is that money is flowing and is poised to flow a lot more. And the reason being that asset owners like insurance companies or pension schemes or banks and so forth are really embracing this net zero challenge. Now, we have a lot more work to be done in that sector, but I think we've heard a lot of positive momentum of the likes of QBE, St. James Place, joining Asset Owner Alliance. We saw 38 banks coming together to support the Race to Zero initiative. We all coming together to put a framework around what it takes to decarbonize billions and trillions of assets. And, you know, Kaya talked about spreadsheets. We building this massive spreadsheet. Finance is all about spreadsheet. And we seeing that on the spreadsheet, transitioning to net zero makes financial sense. We've not been compromised by going into that direction. 5 years ago, I was arguing about whether addressing climate change is part of fiduciary duty, whether we're going to lose money or not. That's just not where we are now. And I think we're going to see a lot more of the momentum coming in, going into 2021 in run up to COP26, because the conversation that we're having amongst all those institutions are just getting bigger and bigger.
I mean, often finance does run behind, I think, in terms of flipping the thinking in these domains. Yeah. What do you think's driving this accelerated change in people's mindsets, this waking up? What's going on there?
Yeah, I mean, there's a whole host of things happening. I mean, partly because a lot of those transitions are financeable now in terms of the return profiles and so forth. We have the policies and regulations. The governments are committing to net zero, so we don't have to argue on that point anymore. But the most powerful one I want to highlight is that individuals are really kind of embracing this challenge. And that's really important. People tend to sort of separate, you know, what they do in terms of like changing light bulbs or changing cars to what they're doing in finance, but it's all interlinked. How people choose their own pension, how they choose to say to the insurance companies or banks about how their money is being used, does penetrate through all the way up to this big institutions. So I think what we are starting to see is that not only the top-down regulations and the sort of technology dynamics, but the bottom-up, and combined with true leadership that the industry wants to show that we are here poised to put capital into the things that we need for the future and really make sure that not only financially, but planet-wise, we're doing the right thing.
Just a final question on this theme of leadership. Do you see leaders in the industry excited by this, or overwhelmed, or some combination of all of that?
Probably all of it. And at the same time, you know, this is leadership, but also it's collaboration, right? This isn't, it takes a lot more than one or two leaders, you know, for the scale that we're talking about. And so they are sort of people who think, oh, how do we get there? Because we don't have the perfect spreadsheet calculations here. There's a little bit of a leap that we have to take as well. So this is when the collaboration comes in. Asset owners come together, asset managers come together, banks come together, and then together we figure out how to finance this. And so I think there's an element of healthy fear, but there is an element and then a huge part of we can do this because the alternative is not what we want.
Wonderful. So thank you all very much. Vicky, Kaya, Andreas, Miriam, thank you for being with us. Thanks for the work you're leading in the world and your participation. Really appreciate this session. Time now to move on to session 3, where we're going to think about transformational economics to meet net zero ambition. And just by way of a little bit of context, you know, here we are, we're seeing growing knowledge, we're seeing growing awareness. That in turn is sparking movements. Movements then pressure policymakers and leaders to act, to reshape markets and economic forces. That's what our next discussion is about. How do we transform economics? And here to lead it is economist and best-selling author Tim Jackson, director of the Center for the Understanding of Sustainable Prosperity. Tim, a big welcome, and over to you.
Thank you very much. That was a little bit of a surprise because I thought we were scheduled to go on at 15:45, but we have an extra 9 minutes, if my arithmetic is correct. And it's a great pleasure to be here. And I have a fantastic panel of speakers to speak with me to the subject of transformational economics. Now, if anyone in the audience kind of feels as though economics is not in need of transformation, then it's possible they've been living on a different planet for the last 2 or 3 decades, and certainly for the last decade or so since the financial crisis. What the financial crisis taught us, I think, very clearly was the sense in which the economics that we've inherited, and it has to be said that it's a largely Anglo-Saxon, quite male-dominated economics, may or may not have been successful in building a great deal of what we now know as consumer capitalism. But it has failed quite considerably in terms of ensuring equality for everyone, ensuring the development of the poorest in the world, protecting the ecosystems on which we all depend for our livelihoods and indeed our lives, and even failed in terms of its own aims in terms of creating financial stability in the economy for people and for planet. So we live in other words, in a sort of sense of a kind of economics that has failed. And that's exactly why transformation is what is necessary at this point in time. And we've learnt cruelly and harshly through the last year that weakness in economics has in fact led to healthcare systems which were underfinanced, healthcare workers who were not paid as they should have been paid, fragility in the lifestyles and the livelihoods of the most essential people in the economy, those who actually keep our lives and our livelihoods going in the food production system, in the healthcare system, in the education system. They have been the casualty of an economics that has failed. And for their sake, if not for the planet and for future generations, this idea of transforming economics is absolutely critical to the place that we find ourselves in now. Now, we're talking, of course, in particular about the race to zero, and zero means net zero carbon, and that means trying to live in a world which doesn't trash the climate. But we're also talking in the context of the protection of biodiversity, the protection of other species, the species that live on the planets with us, the species whose habitats we're rapidly destroying, and indeed the oceans that are horrendously full of the detritus of human activity, and which are, again, a kind of catastrophe that has emerged as a result of an economics that is no longer fit for purpose. And that's why this panel is important. It's a huge pleasure to be here with such wonderful people. So I'm going to introduce them very briefly as I introduce them to the conversation. So let me introduce first Sharon Burrow, who is the General Secretary of the International Trade Union Confederation. She's been a voice for the environment, a voice for sustainability within the trade unions for a number of years now. She was previously president of the Australian Council of Trade Unions, and she's a passionate advocate and campaigner for social justice, women's rights, environment, labour law reforms. Sharon, perhaps I could turn to you to start with, and if I were to ask you to transform economics, what would be first on your list? What's ripe for transformation in the economics that we've inherited? Could you unmute yourself, Sharon?
So, Tim, you basically said it all. The consequences of the current economic model has failed people and it's failed the planet. And of course, it's not the planet that is the most important thing here, as much as we want to live on a healthy planet. It's simply that the climate emergency is a crisis for the future of the human race itself. So we're living on borrowed time because our economic model actually created huge inequality, just as it indeed raped the resources of the planet without looking to renew the capacity for us to live in security with nature. So we have to deal with, even before COVID-19, that incredible historic level of inequality. You know, it's income inequality. It was driving people to anger and despair because they can't live on the wages. And when you look at the model of our economy, with hyperglobalization in the 80s, since then we're about 3 to 4 times richer if you use GDP as simply an indicator, and yet the labour income share has been like a roller coaster from that time. And our labour market's broken. Not only do we have exclusion of women and those of different ethnicity, but in fact, we have 1.6 billion of our workers, 1.6 of 2 billion, who are in the informal economy now with COVID-19 facing destitution every day because they have no minimum income, no social protection, no minimum wage, no rule of law. They live in this desperation. And of the 40% in the formal economy, then only more than a third of them live in an insecure world, short-term contracts, not enough money to live on, and many of those are those frontline workers that you actually described. A lot of this of the transmission issues have actually been higher risk because people are working 2 and 3 jobs out of desperation. You then marry that with the climate emergency, and we can't ignore the fact that we have to deal with both of these things together, and the health crisis and the economic devastation that the impact of this crisis has driven. So we say we need a new social contract. It's got to be about recovery and resilience, and it has to have for us a number of things, but at its heart, jobs, jobs and jobs. We've lost 500 million jobs. I talked about the 1.6 billion. You know, we need jobs, jobs and jobs, but they have to be climate-friendly jobs. They can't be jobs that don't contribute to the climate journey we have to take. And now we've got, you know, not even 10 years to stabilise the planet. And then we have to look at what we need to do then about rebuilding the model of our supply chains, of the fair competition floor for global trade, of human and labour rights and environmental standards, of mandated due diligence. And I will simply say that at least in the foundations, the European Union has got this right: a social pillar of rights, a Green Deal, and indeed just transition. Now, if you can put all of that in the mix to drive jobs so people have security and underpin it with social protection for resilience, we've got a chance. But we won't have a chance to rebuild trust, let alone repair the fractures that are now craters post-COVID in our social and indeed employment models. We need a just future, but we have to work together to build it, and it will take all of us to make this possible.
Thanks, Sharon. I mean, I know that you've been a fantastic advocate for the idea of a just transition, but would you agree that there was a time when it was sort of seen that the environmental agenda, the sustainability agenda was kind of seen in conflict with people's jobs? And do you think that we have now definitively got beyond that slightly misplaced conflict?
It's why we argue just transition, Tim, because if it's not just, if people don't see a future for themselves, then the pain and the fear of, destitution will drive opposition. Even if we know from our polling, 2/3 or more of working people want urgent action on climate right now. But they also need urgent action when the same number of people can't live on the wages, that their income has stagnated or gone backwards with that massive inequality gap. So we have to shift a model that says shareholder primacy, nothing else matters but profit, basically. And if you look at the fact that we can finance this recovery, both jobs and indeed resilience through mitigation and adaptation on a climate basis, that will help if we involve people, but we have to build trust and actually ensure that they see a plan for the future. But we can finance it with tax. If you just think about the big tech companies, then their profits were increased by 41% just to June through the pandemic. By the time we get to December, that's going to be more. We've still got unfinished business, not just on the digital tax, but on base erosion and profit shifting, or in other words, a minimum income a tax threshold for corporations. We've got more billionaires on the planet we've ever had. That's, people can't spend that kind of money. So a wealth tax or a billionaire's tax, and of course, coming back to unfinished business in other areas, border adjustment, carbon taxes, whatever it is. We need to build a recovery with tax, not austerity, to build trust. And in that context, if we're going to rebuild trust in our democracies, we have to get way beyond GDP and have a government transparency and accountability that engages people and their expectations beyond the polling box.
Thank you, Sharon. I want to pick up on the point about finance, and I think it's something that we could spend a little bit of time on in the conversation over the next half an hour or so. But a good place to start, actually, would be one of my other panelists, Naoko Ishii. Naoko is the director of the Center for Global Commons at the University of Tokyo. But in your past, Naoko, you were also in the Ministry of Finance in Japan, and you were CEO and chairperson on the Global Environment Facility. So you know a little bit about finance, and you know a little bit about finance for the environment in particular. What kind of transformation do you see as essential for a new economics?
Yeah, actually, Sharon did so well about explaining this, and one aspect of the crisis we are facing is more like an inequality, surging inequality, and actually that we are all facing with this multiple crisis and, as of today, and the Sharon did really so well about the human aspect of this and the crisis. I want to put a little bit of the to see the same picture from the environmental or natural capital side of the story. But that's it. I really do not want to have a dichotomy between social or human versus nature, because by now it's so integrated, just referring to your last question. So what we have been seeing for the last decade or so is this a clear collision between human, let's say, economic system, our current economic model, and the natural system. There is a clear collision between those two, and that's why we have this the climate change and the tragedy and the climate change crisis, biodiversity crisis, and then our land and the ocean, the forests are all in danger. And the And the only way to really address is that how we can put our economy in harmony with this natural capital, or let's say the capacity of the natural system. The people call it the planetary boundaries. Apparently, we have already transgressed some of the very important Earth system. It's the capacity of the planetary system. And it's so urgent for us to find a way to transform our economic system so that we can continue to prosper within that planetary boundaries. So in your question, that in response to your question, we need to find a way to how to accelerate the energy transition. We need to find a way to how to live in cities in a much more harmony with nature. We need to find that there's a food system, which not many people know, but then it's a huge threat to the natural environment, to much more kind of regenerative and sustainable, resilient, regenerative food system. Then we need to find a way the current economic model to much more circular, and how we can really do it in such a short time. Let's say we have only 10 years to transform our economic system. And going back to your question about finance, one way to address that is how we could really identify and measure and value of the natural capital, and to kind of consistently report it so that we can incorporate this value of the natural capital in the current economic system. So that is actually the one way to transform through also the financial system, that transform the current economic system. But also doing so, just also referring to what Sharon put so beautifully, we need to also find a way to put the value of the human capital or societal capital, so that our current model can incorporate those capitals which are not really not yet valued and rightly, and that's why we have this crisis. But then one thing which this COVID-19 did it, in a sense, well to us, is that because of this, we come to know this health crisis also has the same root of the climate and environmental crisis. It's basically we are putting a lot of pressure on the natural system. So the solution to the both environmental crisis and the health crisis really go to the same place. It's basically how to really transform our current economic system within these planetary boundaries. So let me stop here.
Thanks, Nako. I want to push you a little bit further, because I mean, you've worked in a Ministry of Finance. You worked in the Global Environment Facility, which is a financial mechanism to try to improve the planet. Do you think there's a kind of danger in sort of looking to the finance system to save the planet when it can't really even save itself? You know, if we're honest about it, the financial system got itself into the biggest financial mess in a century just 10 years ago. It's barely got itself out of that, and we're now faced with a crisis, a health crisis of enormous proportions. Where do you see the transformation, particularly within the finance sector, that could lead to something that is healthy as a financial system, let alone healthy for the planet?
No, actually, I really don't like the word green finance, because green finance almost means that there is a brown finance. I think that the finance system needs to be transformed so that all the instrument and equipped with the financial system needs to really help that transition. And that, going back to my first point, on how to identify and value and measure of those capitals which are yet to be identified and valued in evidence-based. So it's a natural capital is one thing, human societal capital is another. So from that point of view, I was a little optimistic and kind of become a little excited about that for the last maybe 2-3 years, this ESG investment attracting a lot of attention from investors and consumers, but then it really needs to be much more rigorously done in terms of identifying the right ones and putting that and to measure the value based on the science. So that it's a good start for the last few years, but it really needs to build and to be built further based on the science. But on that one, if we continue to push it, and in response to the more like an appetite for the consumers and the investors, I think we will have a good way forward.
Okay.
We just need to do it rapidly.
We do certainly need to do it rapidly. Thanks, Naoko. So I'm going to come on to Jayati Ghosh. Jayati, it's an enormous privilege to have you on the panel. I mean, you have a lot of experience. Jayati is professor at the Center for Economic Studies and Planning, Jawaharlal Nehru University, and she's taught economics there for 35 years. It's an economics of a particular kind, isn't it, Jayati? It's an economics whose institutions we still, to some extent, suffer from. And when you look at the challenges in the finance sector, it's in part a result of the institutions, the structures, the incentives, and the way in which that has been governed for longer than 35 years, let us say. And you've had a long time to critique that and to think about it. Where does transformation lie out of the place that we're in?
You know, you've just put your finger on it, Tim. You can't transform economies without transforming economics, because too much policy is determined by what is, frankly, you know, I think Sharon called it no longer fit for purpose. It's not just out of date. It was never really in date, I would argue, because it was based on too many wrong premises. But I think the first and fundamental thing we would have to do is to shift what economics calls externalities and non-market activities into becoming internal and central to the study of economics. I think Naoko mentioned this when she talked about nature, and Sharon also mentioned it when she talked about the significance of care work. But these are absolutely central. We have to recognize the importance for all of our material existence of nature in its different forms. We have to recognize the significance of care and create caring economies, recognizing that it's already subsidizing and underpinning a whole lot of economic activity, and unpaid work. Again, there's a strong gender dimension to this, which I'm sure everyone knows, so I won't go into that. Now, once we do that, again, I think Sharon has mentioned this, the notion of GDP is utterly flawed, of course. The trouble is that because we keep coming up with a sort of spectrum of other measures, and we keep talking about a dashboard or about many different indicators, I don't think that works, because unfortunately, policymakers keep ending up back with GDP. So that even today, when you're looking at the pandemic, everyone is talking about a recovery based on what the GDP has recovered, which is completely the opposite of what we need. It's also flawed because it gives rise to completely flawed notions of productivity. Productivity, what does it even mean in sectors like finance and real estate, where it's based on asset bubbles and it has nothing to do with what we would imagine should be productivity. So we really have to discard that notion, but to discard it adequately, we have to present a simple alternative that policymakers can grab and run with. People say that, the others are too complicated. Everyone who has studied GDP knows that it's incredibly complicated and based on all kinds of assumptions. We have to actually present an easy, quick alternative that can be dealt with. Finally, I would just say that, it's very clear. I think you had mentioned the talk of, sort of New Deal and so on. And we remember that the New Deal was based on 3 R's, if you like, recovery. Here, I would say we shouldn't call it just output recovery. Sharon mentioned employment. It has to be the recovery of good quality employment. It has to also involve the other R of redistribution, which was a central element in the New Deal. And it has to involve regulation of all kinds of markets and non-market activities in ways which are socially inclusive, desirable, just. I would argue that it's not just green. Of course, it has to be green. We know in this group, I think we don't need any further elaboration. But I would say it has to be multicolored. I mean, certainly climate change, certainly, the use of the way we deal with all of the issues around the environment, but particularly also blue. Water is such a big issue in the developing world. And it is it's a time bomb waiting to be exploding. I mean, I have a feeling many of the wars of the 21st century may well be about water. It would have to be purple, recognizing the care economy and the entire range of unpaid care activities and underpaid care activities. It has to be red for redistribution. But of course, it has to also be global. You need a global architecture that will enable this. At the moment, developing countries for sure are not enabled to undertake a Green New Deal. Even the monetary and fiscal policies that have been undertaken in the advanced economies have not been available to the vast majority of developing countries because of the way in which we have structured the global architecture and the vulnerability to capital flows and the dependence on monetary policies in the North, which determines what kinds of capital, what kinds of debt, and so on. And also developing countries are the places where the so-called contradictions that you had mentioned between development and sustainability are still perceived to be massive. So it's not just that we have to work to educate them, we have to actually make it feasible for developing countries to undertake these genuinely multicolored new strategies.
Thanks, Shirley. One of your roles is Executive Secretary of the International Development Economics Associates, which is an international network of heterodox economists. So, and you started your intervention with the suggestion that actually it's not just a different economy, a transformation in the economy, it is a transformation in economics. And I just wondered if I could push you a little bit further on that, particularly in relation to the care economy, because it does seem to me that the care economy is a casualty of the economics that we have in a very, very fundamental way. And I just wondered, what would be your vision for, turning that inside out, starting, if you like, from a concept of care and building an economics out of that? How would that change it?
So, in a way, this also comes back to something Naoko said about how we value things. Unfortunately, the way we value things today, it undervalues nature, it undervalues care. And it's not just economics that undervalues it, it's society that therefore undervalue it, because everything is seen in terms of, the monetary remuneration that you get. We have to bring in notions of value. And I think Mariana Mazzucato's work, The Value of Everything, is a very useful starting point for this. We have to bring back notions of value that contribute to society, to social progress, public purpose, to more just and equitable kinds of ways of social arrangements. So one of the things that economics has to do is to begin to figure out how to value care, assign and to therefore make societies value care. The undervaluation of care, it's also the lack of recognition of the role. You would think the pandemic would make people change, but it hasn't. Care workers are still undervalued. Care workers, frontline care workers, are still unprotected, unpaid, underpaid, and so on. So we need a fundamental re-evaluation, if you like, of the notion of value, I would say.
Yeah, and I mean, I probably shouldn't ask this question, but I can't help myself. Is there a sense in which that undervaluing of care is gendered?
Oh, absolutely. I kind of took it for granted, and therefore I didn't even mention it, but it's very, very strongly gendered. And of course, this has three aspects, right? The more unpaid work women do, the less all the work that women do becomes valued by society. So it's also that women then dominantly do the paid care work, which is therefore undervalued because they're doing so much of it free anyway. It is that any jobs that women do, those occupations become undervalued, so that even men doing it face a wage penalty. And overall, society skims along with this massive automatic stabilizer it has created in the form of this huge body of unpaid, gendered care work.
Good, thank you. I want to come back to that a little bit, perhaps in the discussion after. But let me first turn to Maya. Maya Goepel is Director of Research at the New Institute, and I know that you haven't been there for very long, Maya. You're just finding your way there. Previously, she's been at the Wuppertal Institute and the World Future Council, and earlier this year she published a book in Unsere Welt neu denken, Rethinking Our World, which has been a bestseller in Germany, and I hope will very soon be a bestseller outside Germany as well. I'm sure you have some translations in the on the go, Maya. And I just wanted you really to kind of give us your first thoughts on that fundamental question: rethinking our world, rethinking our economy, rethinking our economics. Where do you start?
Mm-hmm. No, thank you very much, Tim, and thank you for everyone for already putting some of the issues on the table. I will try to speak from a point of view of a country that is oversatisfied, and it does have its social problems, and it does have rising inequality, but it does not at all like talking about maybe having to allow for other countries to have more access to our planet. So we're very proud of our industry, and we're very much right now, as was pointed out before, looking at the GDP curve and looking at getting to the V shape rather than the W shape of picking up the economy again. And there's no discussion really anywhere in the outset what should be the content behind that curve. And so we've found it difficult, and I was very, very encouraged that the book's become a bestseller, because it allows for me to say, because I've been working in the public discourse quite a lot right now, and this is what I'm trying to get at, how do we shift public discourse? Both we see here that a lot of the excuses for not changing policy comes from but the people. It doesn't matter what the surveys say, because something like 80% have been saying before the pandemic that they want to change capitalism so it becomes more sustainable. And that was a Bertelsmann Foundation survey, so it wasn't anything from a lefty greenie or anything institution. And so how do we kind of start talking about, because I've been given names like eco-dictatorship, seriously, like headlines in a full-page interview in one of the conservative newspapers, do you want an eco-dictatorship, Ms. Göppe? I mean, that kind of brazenness of tweaking what we're talking about. And a planned economy is the other thing. As soon as you start talking about issues like planetary boundaries, here they turn it into a planned economy. Even macroeconomists that I used to value a lot, that have been UNCTAD leading economists, now don't refrain from saying this is a planned economy automatically. So how do we get to the point to communicate that just using science-based targets, allowing for natural sciences to try to tell us what is a safe operating space, does have implications that you can just number crunch down for fair shares for each country. So it's nothing ideological, it's not a lifestyle thing, it's not anybody wanting to tell you what your car should look like. But yesterday, only in a talk show, when I said there can't be as many cars in Germany in the future, so don't dream of everything being replaced with electric vehicles, and then now we're going to keep our ailing automobile industry alive by subsidizing them more so they can rebuild everything. As soon as that was said, the next day it was planned economy again, and the scientists want to tell the people what they can have, and the markets would decide how many cars are here. So the markets, this other kind of entity, has never introduced itself to me, but it's very strong in our discourse as the thing that was the just way of allocating who can have what in resources. And so when I think about where might be an entry point from COVID experiences, because sometimes experience obviously is easier than talking. And I felt that the relationship issue might be something. It was mentioned before, this trade-off between social and environmental. I think through us recognizing that we're really biological beings, we've been dreaming on going super intelligent out of Mars and everything. We wouldn't need this body anymore, that stupid mortal thing. But now we've understood, A, we are biologically coded. B, it's very much linked with how we treat and what we're getting inputted into that body, how we are resistant to what is also coming our end, if it's the virus. So how do we use this massive trade-in experience? If you look for the health of people, you have to look for the environment. I found it so strong, the health workers petition in May already, 40 million represented by the signatures. It completely didn't make it the news. So how do we start from that end, from where people are? And we're trying to work now with the planetary health diet, with the doctors, with the nurses, because it brings down the big picture to you individually through the health issue and the food issues. And so there is one of the relationship elements where I hope that we can talk about it more differently. The other one is, in general, it's very hard to talk about anything the state should be doing in recent times, but now we've been seeing that that discourse can't hold anymore. So state and market are not separate things anymore. Prices are political. But just to be able to say that and to show that, I still find it difficult not to be told off that this is exactly the planned economy. So how do we improve that communication? How do we make that more tangible and visible for people? Now, obviously we can right now with all this kind of recovery funds, etc. And the last notion for me is really to think about resilience from a coherent or holistic point of view, because I think the Joint Research Center had a good differentiation. We now look at, in OECD first studies, look at the processes. How do we make the existing processes resilient? So they're immune to shocks without looking at whether they are actually sustainable in the first place. So not only look at the processes, but look at the input side. And there we go, obviously, to natural capital that needs to be regenerated, to social capital where trust and actually communication and connection between people was the thing that allowed for alternatives and creative solutions when the crisis hit. And then the human capital, what's the kind of knowledge that we need to become creative in those moments when crises are there. And the other side, the resilience in outcomes. So when we don't have access to this and that anymore, how can we still deliver on people's well-being? So we had a hackathon, a social innovation hackathon in Germany, where it was about how do we bring the groceries to the people that can't go shopping anymore? How can we make sure that they're not alone by themselves because they don't dare going outside? And so how do we get that creativity in serving the outcome on the service, on the needs servicing, by being very creative and allowing for people to have the capabilities and the connections? So this is where I'm trying to build it more into an innovation, creative, hey, we can do this better. But I find it really hard to be hit so massively by this public discourse. And that's why it's very helpful to be back in this. But I really need your help also. How do we phrase this differently so they can't make it so easily?
Well, let's pick up just one of those points about phrasing things differently, because it's really interesting that you, Maya, used the phrase human capital, and Naoko used the word natural capital. And so in a sense, both the human world and the natural world have been capitalized, if you like. Is there a sense in which the language itself is tying us into old institutions? Is it correct to think about people's skills as capital? Is it correct to think about the natural world as capital? Do they behave as capital? Or is it actually just a language that we've inherited from an economics that no longer works? Naoko, you used the term natural capital, and I see all the reasons for using it, because it goes unvalued and undervalued if it isn't included. But is it already a concession to the old economic system to be using that term?
Yeah, actually, when I started the GEF, Global Environmental Facility job 8 years ago, my background is actually the economics, and I was with the Ministry of Finance and quite some time. So when I try to say that let's put a price on nature, then I got a huge backlash from conservation or kind of green community that the nature is so valuable and you can't really put a price on nature. But I think that kind of movement, that the sense has been changing dramatically for the last maybe 8 years or so, because people come to know that we need to find a way to actually to value the nature and find a way that the current, let's say, not current economic system can take into account that value, and otherwise we continue to push that the nature that ourselves into the actually out of the planetary boundaries. So I think that both worlds are kind of coming together to create a kind of new contract. I think that the Sharon used the word social contract. And actually, I think that Jayati said that even the society undervalue the cares of natural capital. I think it's really time for us to come together to kind of think about what the new social contract may look like. From that point of view, I just want to put one idea or the sense to the audience and to this panel. I am now leading a newly created Center for Global Commons. It's not just an environmental thing. It's really how the humanity can take care of those globally shared common resources, but then without having a kind of clear idea that how to steward it, how to safeguard it, steward it. This kind of global commons is continuously undervalued and continuously exploited. Our ancestors have some way to manage the local commons, our shared river basin, our shared community forest, our shared pasture. But when the economy gets globalized, we somehow lost this idea that how the community, actually the humanity, can take care of global commons. So one way for me to put some answer to it, to provide a kind of instruments or that to solve this crisis is it possible for us to recognize the global commons as a kind of shared resources, and then can we come up with a social contract with trust and shared value? So
yeah, that's really nice, Naoko. I mean, because the way that you built that, you built a conversation using a different language. You moved away from the language of capital and talked about commons and social contract. Should we be doing the same thing in terms of thinking about people? Should we be thinking about people as human capital? Jayati, you know, the women's work, the work of all those frontline workers, the way that you've thought about work over 35 years of thinking about economics, you've done it in the face of an economics that characterizes that as human capital. Is that the wrong way to do it from the start?
I couldn't agree with you more, Tim. I mean, I think I believe that, you know, we give away far too much when we use words like natural capital and human capital. And I'm so glad that Naoko, you know, sort of extended it to a wider and more useful way. Look, what is capital after all? It's a social relationship. It's the fact that some control a means of production which they can own, and therefore they can control the labor of others and get surplus from it. We are ascribing that power, which is a social construct, to nature, to human activity, to human welfare. It's all wrong. You know, I mean, social capital is another term, frankly, that sucks. Okay. So I think we really need to move beyond those. These are the part of the economics that is holding us back. And I think Maya referred in a way to the sort of power of the discourse, you know, and of course that reflects other political and economic power, all of which are holding back progress, genuine human progress in a way. So yes, one important way to begin is to actually dump these concepts, which are part of a baggage many of us often feel we have to use simply to get accepted in the mainstream.
Do you think that's happening, Jayati? Do you think that shift in languages, I mean, you're working inside economics and have been for a long time. Is it happening?
Well, it's certainly not happening within the power structures, but it's happening quite a lot in the younger generation. I'm really very inspired by a lot of younger economists who are asking all the right questions, who are being quite open and fearless in the way in which they're addressing some of these long-known kinds of difficulties. Unfortunately, let us admit it, economics is also about power relationships, and there is a lot of time, energy, resources devoted to keeping the existing structures. And that exists in the academy, that exists in the way policy, advisors are designed, created and encouraged, that exists in the incentives that are available for economists in the profession. So it's strong. It's a very strong thing that is perpetuating a certain kind of economics, which is, I would say, not just no longer fit for purpose, it's counterproductive. But I do believe that there is a younger generation that is being much more open, much more willing to address these issues. And I find a lot of resonance in these arguments among the young. So I think there's hope, yes.
Yeah.
Whether it will come soon enough is another issue.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that's in a way, that's the point about the younger generation is, you know, they have a high interest in having that transformation happen. Now, Maya, I know that you set up Scientists for Future alongside Fridays for the Future, specifically to support that younger generation. So you have some sort of insight into that. Do you think that this shift in language, this transformational vision that we're looking for, it does have the purchase that Jayati suggests in a younger generation?
Well, I think there's two elements to that. And one is that the first impetus was unite behind the science, was more on the natural science, right? So it was about, do you accept there are these planetary boundaries? And it is really, really crazy to see again and again how the young have understood that this actually does mean budgets, limits, something that you have as a more or less hard fact in your calculations if you accept the framework. And you can't just say you do and then not implemented in the way that you look at the solutions. And so this is where the Scientists for Future came and said, no, they do know what they're talking about, because they were being told from the political discourse, go back to school, sit down, learn a bit of environmental engineering, come back in 10 years and help us solve the issue. And they said, no, 10 years late, too late. We want to be citizens now, and we want to be heard now. If we can vote yet or no, doesn't matter. We want to be heard that you change policy. And the other side then is about how to do it. And it's so strong still, the play off between especially work. So I think maybe if we really focus at what is work of the future, I've tried to do that more and more often now, because they hold on to this one particular framing of it, which is the 40-hour industrial worker as the ideal, secured in Germany by unions. So they have their own vested interest in the growth of production staying strong in that sector so that their workers are not being laid off and they lose yet more members. So I would be really interested. It's a bit of a shame that we lost our union's voice, because the just transition was a key crucial insight in there, but we have to talk about what is the work of the future and not the future of work, because then we start already with one perspective on what work is ideally like. And that's been opening up quite a lot of the conversation, and we've had a long and strong discussion about universal basic income and those kind of elements. So how do we really consciously balance always the social and the environmental, so that we also go against, if you internalize the costs for nature, then the prices will go up, and these poor people on their pensions and all that can't afford access anymore. So those are typical where it's still tried to be played off against each other. And so how do we get in the positive spiral of higher prices for products mean that the minimum wages would need to get up, mean that the inflationary targets and the whole calculation of what minimum incomes should be, et cetera, will go up. So, but there, I don't even see the math being done, and it's not solicited by government to do that kind of modeling and to do those kind of things. And so, yes, on the one side, I think we need to talk differently in the public, but if we want to get into being recognized as talking within the discipline, because they're trying to oust you all the time. You're outside of the economists. Once you start talking differently, you're ousted to be part of the activists. So how do we find?
Is there a point, though? Is there a tipping point where there's enough activists, enough young people, enough people interested in work that actually the discourse has to change, and they go back to their economics professors in their departments or their institutions or their politicians, and they say, actually, this is not the future that we want? Is that something that you see in terms of a kind of cultural shift, and your particularly your work in trying to create the language of that cultural shift, Maya?
No, it is growing. I think there is a strong support from the young generation. I absolutely agree to this. And they are also, I got the most touching emails maybe I get is from within the science profession, that they say, I really look for people like you that challenge the frameworks in which we had to perform. And I think INET, the Institute of New Economic Thinking, has done these kind of studies as well, the gatekeeping functions of what can you publish when you want to get into the excellence clusters. So there's a whole element there about what is the science framework of excellence allowing to percolate up as the best ideas in a society and know. And so, yes, we do have that as well. But the question is still, how do we really tie this well together that it becomes a positive feedback loop quick enough?
Yes. Okay. So it's really unfortunate. As you say, Maya, we lost Sharon because she had to go to another engagement. We have to stop in about 3 minutes' time because there is a Heads of State Transformational Leadership seminar following this. This is obviously a conversation that we could go on and on. So next time we're going to put in a plea for a longer session on transformational economics, and we might get something done. I'm going to give you, just as a bit of fun towards the last end of the last comment, really, from each of you. Saturday week ago, it became clear that across the other side of the Atlantic, there will probably be, if things go well, and according to law, there will be a different president in place. Is that something which has changed your views of what is possible and of where the economy is? And is it something that could be a transformational moment? And I know that's a huge question, very unfair to ask at this point, especially because I'm going to ask you to answer it in about 30 seconds flat. So I'm going to start with Naoko. It's been a pleasure having you here. These are your final thoughts, Naoko. And
maybe my answer disappoint you, but it's not really, because I see the huge transformation really comes from more like a non-state actors, because I have continuously seen the kind of failure of kind of sovereign-based international engagement. To me, I have much more faith in the younger generation, that the consumer, the investors, and like-minded, the innovative CEO and CSO and the cities. So it's a great addition to have one big country has a right leadership. But to me, I have much more faith of this multi-stakeholder and more like an ecosystem trust-based leadership going forward.
And you think that happens to whoever the leader?
Of course, it helps. Of course, it helps.
Good. Maya.
No, I'm very happy that we seem to be coming back to something that you call a decent way of engaging if you have different views. And I think that helps tremendously. And the reinstallment of both scientists to look at COVID and scientists to look at climate, I mean, for us, it's gigantic. I think my fear was huge when it was all about, oh, fake science, everybody can make up whatever they like as a kind of evidence base for a country's policy decision-making. And I think it's going to be interesting now within the Democratic Party, how they're going to resolve their kind of wingy elements.
Yeah. So there's lots of very, very progressive views there, and certainly a sense of reaching across the aisle that may not be easy, particularly as you pointed out before, as soon as you try and reach across that aisle, you're told you're planning something rather than letting the market do its work. But okay, Jayati.
Yeah, I agree with Maya. You know, I really feel that it's not just the US, it's the whole world that has dodged a very major bullet, or maybe even a cannonball. Because what we've stopped is, I think, really a sort of headlong rush into destruction. Let's admit it, that, you know, we were basically destroying all the possibilities of dealing with what is going to be one of the greatest existential challenges to humanity that we will have to face. That doesn't mean we've solved the problem, for sure. It's finger in the dike stuff. But thank God there is that finger in the dike, and now we can get on with the work. I think we also don't realize, I know coming from a country where we have had authoritarian leaders get second terms, we don't realize how bad second terms can be in terms of how much worse they will be in terms of destroying various institutions and things. So yeah, I think the world has dodged a bullet. Let's make use of it.
I kind of agree with you. I have a sense of relief that is absolutely enormous, and in no small part, and I want to just finish on this gender point in a way, it makes it slightly easier to be a man than it has done over an era in which masculinity has been trashed, not just by capital, not just by economics, but by politics as well. But it has been a huge pleasure to preside over an all-female panel of economists talking about the transformation of economics, and I'm going to hand you over now to your next session on transformational leadership.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Totally enjoyed. Bye-bye.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm delighted to welcome you to our next session. In fact, just before I do that, let me give a plug for the session that we just had, a fantastic discussion on transforming economics led by Tim Jackson and 4 female leaders. As somebody who studied economics many years ago and was left with the impression that the world was upside down, it is so exciting to listen to people who are literally transforming their field and bringing humanity and a sense of connection to all of life to thinking around economics. Now, with no more ado, I'd like to pass on to Sandrine. We have a fantastic session now with leaders of heads of state talking about leadership for a transformed world. Sandrine, over to you.
Thank you so much, Lindsay. It's such a pleasure to bring in this incredible next panel of truly inspirational government leaders. What we have heard in the last panel is that actually we need a shift in our financial and our economic paradigms. As the president of the Club of Rome, 50 years ago already, we started talking about the limits to growth and the need to have new indicators to growth. Today, we are still discussing this very important issue. And for those of us who actually understand the history of the first declaration, even made by such a prominent leader as JFK or even Bob Kennedy, when in the 60s they declared that we place a value on everything that we actually don't hold dear to our lives. So what I'm hoping we will do is transition from the last panel and talk about these brave new leaders in countries that have been hit by the convergence of tipping points, the pandemic, climate change, and also biodiversity loss, and have made very substantial decisions around how actually they should lead their countries away from purely GDP measures, but into embracing new indicators to growth. This is truly an incredible panel of very high-level leaders, including the President of Costa Rica, the Prime Minister of Iceland, the Prime Minister, His Excellency, of Bhutan, also a very close friend, Vice President of the European Commission, Frans Timmermans, Sheikh Hasina, who will give us also her interpretation of the needs to change from Bangladesh. And then also, we will then shift into some discussion as to how actually you are exchanging knowledge, working together, and also talking about leadership. I want to start maybe with our President of Costa Rica, President Alvarado Quesada of Costa Rica. Welcome to this incredible panel. And I don't know if you were able to hear some of the exchange with regard to the previous panel on economics, but it is clear that if we could maybe, all of us, think of a new world, maybe we could shift from a G7 or a G20 into a well-being 7 or a well-being 20. And because of your incredible role in the High Ambition Commission in terms of both climate, but also biodiversity, and your discussions also in terms of well-being economic indicators, it would be very interesting to hear what your thoughts about drawing the links between these new economic models and what you are seeing in Costa Rica. Welcome.
Thank you, Sandrine, and Excellencies and dear friends. For me, it's a pleasure and an honor to have the possibility to address you all in this opportunity. I think we have great challenges. On the one hand, you mentioned positive things about development scene, well-being, and in policies in that direction. But I think we are in a juncture that all that is being put to stress. And speaking from Central America, let me give you all a few examples. Well, we as a whole planet we have been experiencing COVID-19, and the priorities of the national priorities, the regional priorities, the global priorities are now focused on that. But climate change is still there. But But everything is so linked. Just in the past 2 weeks in Central America, we were struck by 2 hurricanes that hit directly Nicaragua, just up north in Costa Rica, and Honduras, Hurricane Eta and Hurricane Iota. Those 2 hurricanes, scientists said, and the hurricane season is become more extreme due to the climate crisis. So you can imagine a region as Central America tackling COVID-19 at the same time that putting attention to hurricanes, which affected the region from Colombia up to Mexico. That means that affected the whole Central America region, Panama, Costa Rica, Nicaragua, Honduras, Guatemala, Belize, El Salvador. And at the same time, we need to tackle not only the COVID-19, the hurricanes, the problem in production, in agriculture, particularly, that's going to produce, and eventually the migration because of the lack of jobs. And at the same time that we are tackling all of those things, we have the macroeconomic problems. Why? Because our economies had decreased. That's going to it's putting into stress our fiscal stability. And for example, the credit rating agencies are starting to hit our indicators. So the way we finance ourselves it's become more expensive. So in that context, in that juncture, we need to keep thinking of the ways of tackling climate change, economic stability, change in the way we produce in a greener way, keep our conservation policies, our well-being policies, our health policies that in this time has protected us. But if I were to have an answer on this, and I'll call back to that in a minute, also relates to the social unrest that causes, because the loss of employment, because of social distancing, because of many regions with disasters, there's also social unrest going on at the same time. Quite a challenging time. But we need to remain courageous. I do believe that in this juncture, the whole of the world, as you mentioned, we should be aiming not at only at G7 or G20, we should be aiming at a G planet in which we all work together, because we're not going to come back greener or better or healthier if we do not work together. My approach and my first 3 conclusions on this is we require a comprehensive approach of the climate crisis that goes from sustainable policies, human developed policies, migration policies, macroeconomic policies that countries alone cannot achieve. Poor countries and emerging countries alone by themselves cannot achieve that. And as in COVID-19, we need a global solution. For climate crisis, we need a global solution. That takes me to the second point. A comprehensive approach on climate crisis requires cooperation. There is no way we're going to tackle a new economy and tackle the climate crisis without cooperation and multilateralism. And I do believe there is hope, but then we need to work fast and together. And my last comment to this point, to do this, we need traits, human traits. We need to be brave. We need to be bold. We need to be courageous. We need to be empathic with others. Today, self-interest is also the other's interest. That's why we need to work together. And even in this complex time in Central America, I mentioned not only COVID-19, macroeconomic problems and hurricanes, we remain positive because it's the human development achievements we had, the ones that are sustaining us in the present. So that also gives us hope on how we can pull this thing together and as we say, be pura vida, more pura vida again. So that will be my first approach on the topic, Sandrine and excellencies.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for your opening words. I love the idea, whether it be a G world or a world-being economy of so many nations working together. And that's why I'd like to turn now to you, actually, Prime Minister Jakob Siptidir of Iceland, because you have truly also been one of those women that we have spoken about as a determined leader who's been able to lead her country through the pandemic, but also has been one of the first leaders in embracing a well-being economy. So what is the trick? And coming back to the social unrest as well, which is clearly the fear and the potential economic downturn and the pushback of a new economic system, what would be your counsel on these things?
Well, thank you, Sandrine, and it's my honor to participate here with all those distinguished people. And first, I would like to thank the Club of Rome for organizing this event and congratulate them on their latest policy brief on well-being economics. And I think actually this pandemic is really opening the eyes of more and more people to the importance of well-being economics, because we see that the world is in trouble. My friend, the president of Costa Rica, mentioned the consequences of the climate crisis, but also the consequences of the pandemic. And we are all faced with the urgency of the state of the world today. So, and I think it's really important, in spite of the urgency of the pandemic, that we are also aware of that this is no time for complacency when it comes to the climate crisis. We need to do everything we can to accelerate our country's transformation into low emission economies, and our economic recovery must really build on a green transformation. And to achieve this, we must adapt our political systems to respond to those challenges. The COVID-19 also demonstrates really the disruption a crisis can create in a very interdependent global economy, and the need for governments to make resilience a core objective. And I don't think anyone realized that what started really as a local public health emergency has become the biggest global challenge really for governments since World War II. So it's really showing us the interdependence of the world. But difficult times can help us to have a clearer vision of how we want to see the future. And the journey we in Iceland started on almost 2 years ago, called WeGo, or the Wellbeing Economy Governments, with Scotland and New Zealand, has changed significantly. Not only has the pandemic put the world as a whole in a crisis mode, but I think the relevance of well-being has become more important than ever. And also the importance of having a holistic vision of economic, social, and environmental progress, because a society cannot function if its citizens are not well. I think also the UN Sustainable Development Goals have been extremely important guiding light. They have reshaped the way we think about going beyond GDP to assess the status and progress of societies, because the goals really prioritize well-being issues. And Iceland has supported the SDGs from the very beginning. And we hope that with Scotland, New Zealand, recently Wales and Finland as well, that we, those smaller nations within the well-being economy governments, can actually help to form new economic thinking for the 21st century. Now, we are working on numerous projects that we hope to ensure greater well-being in Iceland. And we do this by investing, obviously, in social infrastructure, but also with very ambitious action plans to respond to COVID-19 and the climate crisis, heading for carbon neutrality at 2040 at latest. And it's so important because of what we're talking about here, the relationship between the economy, the social structures, and the environment, that we reshape the way we measure things. Therefore, we have actually introduced 39 well-being indicators where we measure the progress when it comes to environment, societal issues, and economy. But we have also put forward 6 main priorities to increase well-being. One of those priorities, for example, is to improve mental health. And another priority is actually aiming for carbon neutrality. So I think actually the greatest threat we are faced with today, as was mentioned here earlier, are the consequences of climate change. The target of carbon neutrality must be pursued through wide-reaching actions, and here in Iceland we have laid down an action plan to reach those ambitious goals. We are increasing the use of renewable energy, implementing an energy shift in automobiles, harbors, fishing vessels, implementing the circular economy, introducing green investments, increasing carbon offsetting in agriculture, putting in place new watt exemptions for the import and sale of electric, hydrogen, and hybrid vehicles. And actually, our emission profile is in many ways unusual because nearly all our heating and electricity generation is provided for by renewables, hydro and geothermal energy. We also have a very big opportunity for carbon uptake from the atmosphere by afforestation and revegetation, and a chance to curb emissions from soils by reclaiming drained wetlands. And the biggest sources of emissions today, which are industrial processes, road transport, agriculture, fisheries, and waste management. We are really tackling all those sectors and how we can reduce emissions. And I think the situation the world finds itself in today with the COVID-19 pandemic shows us the importance that we use that crisis to accelerate that green transmission, that the investments we are making now will actually serve the purpose of reducing emissions. It is, however, an uncharted territory, and it is difficult for the leaders of the world really to go through an uncharted territory and admit that we really don't have all the answers when it comes both to the climate crisis and the pandemic. But what these two crises have in common is that they are really showing us that political leaders must listen to science and positive evidence and build their policies on evidence and science. And I think that's really one of the key lessons that we can derive from the pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prime Minister, and again for your leadership, but also starting to set the stage as to what those new indicators could look like specifically, and then how, and we'll come back to this. I would love to unpack with you some of the tensions that we've heard again from the President, and now moving on to the Prime Minister of Bhutan. You know, we often hear that, okay, this can happen in small countries, but cannot be replicated in larger countries. We heard from Jayoti Ghosh also in the economic session that actually everyone needs to have one indicator, that if we complicate things too much with too many indicators, it will be too difficult for countries to actually follow and to be able to lead both through policy but also through markets and economic mechanisms. So I'm going to turn to you actually, Prime Minister Tshering of Bhutan. Your Excellency, you have led us down the pathway of the happiness index. And unfortunately, not many countries can boast an increase in happiness, except for actually many who are in the Scandinavian countries. But Bhutan has done an amazing job of trying to ensure that the primary value that it measures is happiness. How have you done that, and what for you are your learning points, both from that journey, but also now through obviously the pandemic, and as you look at this convergence of tipping points with our environmental crises as well?
All right. all the excellencies and distinguished participants here. At the very outset, I have the pleasure of conveying the warm greetings of my king and people of Bhutan, which everyone will call it as a land of gross national happiness. And this evening with me, I have the Secretary of National Commission for Environment, who is also the current chairman of LDC group of countries, and all other relevant officials from relevant agencies. Yes, I fully agree with you that what is done in smaller countries, smaller setups cannot be replicated in bigger setups, which is quite obvious. But we must also know that all of us can do what we can do and what we have to do for ourselves, our communities, and our countries. For us, when it comes to climate change and climate change related talks, I always draw inspiration from our leadership. In Bhutan, when we say leadership, we always mean our His Majesty the Kings, which many people in Bhutan, of course, and around the world would have by now realized that there had been climate champions, actually. We have it clearly written in our constitution that Bhutan must have at least 60% forest coverage at all times to come. And currently, we have more than 72% of our country under forest coverage. And then more than 55% of that actually is further protected as national parks, which are well designed and well connected with biological corridors. And our constitution, which again is written personally by our king and very close to His Majesty's heart, clearly says that we must maintain intergenerational equity when it comes to tapping wealth from our natural resources. So in these modern days, when every leader or every country is talking about nationally determined contribution, I thought we have a small nationally determined contribution to offer to the world, which is clearly written in our constitution. And then further down, as we all know that Bhutan actually emits little less than 1/3 of greenhouse gas that we can, from the total that we can actually absorb. That's why we are labeled as carbon negative. But again, we don't mean to remain complacent. We are aware that if we do not act now, we can lose this advantage. So we have identified that the major emitters in our country is actually from the transport section, the fossil fuel-driven transport section. So my government has started an initiative to actually convert all, in very near future, to convert all fossil fuel-driven cars to electric vehicles, including all public transport system, including the taxis, the mass transportation with public buses, and even to introduce electric train system in our country. And as most of you might know, that almost 95% of our energy required is also met by hydropower, which is again renewable. But we know that hydropower is heavily climate dependent. So therefore, we have, I would say, timely decided to re-explore into other forms of renewable energy, mainly in terms of solar and wind energies. My government has started a decent project in solar energy, which is little less than $1 million to $100 million, which in the global context it may not mean much, but for a small economy, it means a lot, and we are confident that that is a good start. So when we talk about climate change, when we talk about COVID-19, myself being a practicing surgeon or a physician, I can very clearly correlate to what is happening with our Mother Earth, with the patients that I see on daily basis. As we all know, as our body temperature increases, that the massive changes that our internal organ suffers is actually quite dangerous, quite risky, I would say. But as long as our thermal center is intact, as long as our heat regulating center is intact and functional, we will not feel much. But the moment it crosses that threshold level, then our system starts suffering. And that is where we need treatment. On the climate change front, I think our Mother Earth is already suffering beyond that threshold level. I think we need not just treatment, but we need urgent treatment. So as we all know, that every country is making nationally determined contribution. Every country and every leader is actually narrating the climate hazards that has occurred in their country or in and around the world. I'm I would not like to waste my time in actually narrating all this. We all know that the science is very clear. We all know that the evidence is very clear. What is clearly lacking now is commitment. When I say commitment, I think commitment from the leaders, commitment from people who have the authority to make necessary plans and implement them. I think we have done enough talking. And as we waste our time with all these talks, I think we are losing more time, and our Mother Earth actually is on its way to the ICU. So if you want to stop that, we must start acting. To bring it back to your context, when we say act, I wouldn't like to say we need to link the whole world. We need to, I'm not trying to say that every country must replicate what the other countries have done. I think as an individual, as a nation, big or small, rich or poor, we all got to play our part and do your part. So if that is done, I'm sure we can save this Mother Earth going to the ICU, because we all know that our next generation, our future generation deserve a better place to live in. So with this, I'll leave you all here, and I'll be interested. I'll be happy to take more questions if you have.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And I also have often used the fact that Mother Earth is definitely sick, and we can only enhance that in terms of the role the pandemic has played now within these other planetary boundaries that have been confronted. So thank you for your very wise words, and also the need to act. So I'm going to ask, actually, Prime Minister Hasina of Bangladesh has sent us a video. And unfortunately, she cannot be with us because it's very late where she is, or very early in the morning, I should say. But let's hear what she is trying to share with us. Bangladesh clearly being one of the most vulnerable countries who, however, through her leadership, have signed up to the Nature Pledge and also worked with the High Ambition Coalition and other countries to truly try to find solutions to both the climate crisis and the biodiversity crisis.
Heads of state and government, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and good evening to you all. This year, Bangladesh faced recurrent flooding along with 2 cyclones that damaged crops and habitats and affected people's livelihood amid COVID-19 pandemic. All these were happening due to global warming, which is altering the nature. The global temperature has already risen almost 1 degree centigrade above the pre-industrial level. According to the Paris Climate Accord, we should not allow the global temperature to rise above 1.5 degree centigrade. However, as per the current prediction, the temperature could even rise by more than 4.5 degrees Celsius by the end of this century, making the Earth completely not fit to live if immediate remedial actions are not taken. Ladies and gentlemen, though the climate change is a stark reality for all, it is more evident for the climate vulnerable countries like Bangladesh. Further increase of sea level, even for half a meter, could threaten the very survival of many climate vulnerable countries. Considering global high risks, our national parliament declared a planetary emergency and called upon the world to work on a war footing to stop climate change. We expect the same approach from the rest of the global leadership. Dear friends, we have been honored to be chosen for the second time to lead the 48-member Climate Vulnerable Forum. Last month, on behalf of CVF, I have launched Midnight Survival Deadline for the Climate, initiative to urge every leader of every nation to enhance their NDCs by the midnight of 31st December 2020. All the governments largely need to increase their ambitions to the best of their capacity if we want to save our planet and ourselves. The bottom 100 countries account for just 3.5% of the global emission, whereas the G20 countries are responsible for 3/4. So, we expect more responsible actions from the leadership of these countries. We also call for an international day to be named Climate Resilience Day to secure our harmony with Mother Earth. Excellencies, to save life and precious resources, the global leadership must take bold decisions to reduce carbon emission. In Bangladesh, this year, we are celebrating the birth centenary of the father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, who recognized the threats posed by natural calamities for our people much earlier. He worked tirelessly to overcome these and protect the rights of the people. And in this important year, we have decided to launch a program to develop a national Mujib Climate Prosperity Plan to help mobilize resources for the implementation of a new pathway to secure our common future. Ladies and gentlemen, the time to take action to save the planet is not tomorrow, it is today. Strict implementation of the Paris Agreement is the only way out, and issue of loss and damage must be mainstreamed. We call for the promised $100 billion per year to support adaptation and mitigation activities. We ask the concerned global leadership to assure concessional finance and debt relief of access to technology for all. Only by the unified global action, we can overcome the impending crisis. Thank you all.
Thank you to Bangladesh. Bangladesh, who has shown such leadership and being yet on the front line of the impacts of climate change, both in terms of adaptation and the impacts that it's had, but also now with COVID, a very difficult time. And thank you for declaring a planetary emergency, a call that actually we asked for the Club of Rome with the Potsdam Institute already a year ago through our planetary emergency plan. And that's why I'm so pleased to have with us Executive Vice President Frans Timmermans, someone that I have a huge amount of esteem for, who I've worked with here in Europe. And really, Executive Vice President, your leadership and the leadership of President von der Leyen with regard to the European Green Deal and the way in which the planetary emergency can be totally translated into key policy areas. What for you has taken or enabled you to, first of all, take that decision with the President, who, as we know, is also, by the way, a member of the Conservative Party from Germany? And if we go back to the economics panel that we heard before, Maya Gopal made a very clear call that we needed to have a cross-party collaboration where we can find solutions together.
Well, thank you very much, and you've been way too kind. I mean, I'm just a small element in a much bigger movement, and we can only do what we do because the people of Europe want us to do that. And you know, one of the most surprising things I've seen coming out of this pandemic is that although people's priorities changed, and of course they're worried about their health and their loved ones, and they're worried about their jobs, but their concern about the climate crisis has not reduced. They still want us to do everything we can to tackle the climate crisis as well. And the thing is, and you are so right in pointing to the fact that this is no longer a left versus right issue. When I campaigned for the European Parliament a year and a half ago, we were among the few who were campaigning for a Green Deal. But that is no longer a left and right issue. Everybody's on board for this, with the exception of the most radical elements in politics. Everyone's on board, and rightly so, because the writing is on the wall. And I think what is driving this is also people's realization that already with 1 degree increase, the climate, the consequences of that are very, very dear. I mean, you see the droughts across Europe. You see unpredictable weather. You see storms. You see floods. You see fires. Yeah, Mother Earth is quite upset, and she's letting it know to all of us. And people tend to forget that Mother Earth can function perfectly well without us. Huh? She doesn't need us. We need her. She's been able to function without us for millennia, and she will be able to function again with millennia if we mess things up. Now, what is because that I think is essentially your question. What is driving this in Europe? I think the realization that we need systemic change. We have the pandemic, we have the climate crisis, we have a biodiversity crisis. By the way, there's not enough political awareness and public awareness of the severity of the biodiversity crisis. We need to work on that. And we have an industrial revolution. And the thing is that we need to get rid of the feeling that if we do nothing, everything will stay the same. And as soon as people realize that transformation is going to happen, the only question is, are we going to shape it, or are we only going to be shaped by it? And if you accept my premise that we can shape it, then we need to have a plan. And the plan we have is the European Green Deal. And the plan we have, the European Green Deal, turns out also to be the answer in this pandemic for recovery. Because both in the public sector and the private sector, we do understand that we can no longer sit on the fence. We will need to invest massively in the recovery of our economy. We're borrowing amounts of money that are so huge that our children and grandchildren will still feel the consequences. So we have a responsibility vis-a-vis their generations to make sure that the investments we make now are sustainable investments. And so the energy shift we're proposing, moving to a circular economy, fundamentally changing the nature of our agricultural policy, looking very, very thoroughly at our transport systems, looking at refurbishing our housing at a scale we've never done before. These are all measures in a transformational, in transformational circumstances that will help us get to climate neutrality by 2050. So, and let me end on this. What helps us is simply to have a plan and to map out the consequences of your plan. We start in 2050. That's when we want to be climate neutral, because that's, in our view, the only way we can maintain the rise of the temperature within the 1.5 degrees Celsius. So we have to be climate neutral by 2050. What does that mean? Where do we need to be in 2030? So we mapped it out and we said we have to reduce our emissions by 55% by 2030 vis-a-vis 1990. To get there, what do we need to do in industry? What do we need to do in the built environment? What do we need to do in the transportation system? What do we need to do in agriculture? What do we need to do in our energy shift? That's how we build it up. And now we're taking all the steps to implement the legislation that will get us there. I hope we will maintain the support of our member states. We have strong support in the population, but we have to show results. We have to show the long-term plans and the short-term results. And I hope we can do that in the years to come. I am really encouraged also by the message the Secretary General gave this week on this issue. And the European leadership is not something we do. You know, if you show leadership and nobody follows, it's a bit of a pathetic operation. But the leadership I think Europe is showing is matched or is also followed or matched by other parts of the world. The announcement by Xi Jinping of carbon neutrality by 2060, the announcement of Japan, climate neutrality 2050, South Korea, climate neutrality 2050, the announcement now of President-elect Biden that he will rejoin the Paris Agreement. I think, you know, things are looking better than they did for a long time. And let's use this momentum to the benefit of all, to the benefit also of those countries in the world, industrializing countries, struggling countries. We leave no one behind. When we say this to our own people and our own society, we should also be saying this to the global community, a commitment to leave no one behind. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Executive Vice President. And it is really quite revealing when you have a president of the European Commission who also talks about the need now to look at the planetary boundaries as our guidance and to move from wealth to well-being. So we're almost finished here, but I'm so inspired by what each of you have indicated and also really the transition that we're seeing in many countries. What would be your advice to other countries who really are starting to think about maybe shifting, but finding it difficult, both in this economic situation that we have post-COVID, and we're still in COVID, but also that might not see the benefits, both from a social and environmental perspective. So what for you would be key priorities to accelerate the transition? And maybe I'll start with you, President, from the Costa Rican perspective. What would be yours? And very quick thoughts, so a lightning rod. Oh, I can't hear you. Somehow you're on mute. There we go. Now I can hear you. Oh, no, we can't hear. Okay. Maybe we should move on then. Okay, so let's move on then to the perspective of Iceland. And Prime Minister, from your perspective, what would be your advice and the key priorities for transformation in your own country, but also to others?
Well, I think, Sandrine, I think we have learned a very good lesson from gender equality here in Iceland, because we have actually made huge steps in our progress towards gender equality. And what they have shown us, really, if we just look at the last 40 years, is that in more gender equality is not just the right and fair thing to do, it also has social and economic benefits. And I think the same will apply for the green transformation, because when we actually do things differently, we will also have more well-being, and we can also see great things happen to our economies, because I believe that there are opportunities in this green transformation. Yes, we will have a different kind of consumption, but we will still have consumption, and it will be done differently. But I think that we will actually learn to appreciate the value of things differently with this new green ideology. So I think if we take the lessons learned from gender equality here in Iceland, we can see a very positive effect on our economy, increased equality in labor participation of both men and women, actually creating more growth, also creating a better society, happier people, but not least, it's the right thing to do. And I think the same can be said about climate. We are doing this because we want to see a just world. We want to see a world where everybody can thrive. But I have my firm belief is that it will also make our societies better, and I think it can actually create a lot of economic opportunities.
Thank you so much for that. So I'm going to pass actually to Executive Vice President Timmermans, because I know when you were previously in the commissioner's role on some of these very topics, and you've always been Mr. Gender Equality. But it would be good to hear your perspective as well from the European Commission's work, and how you would also, what would be your message now to the Biden team, for example?
Well, I think, I had a lot of fun in the UN 10 years ago when for the first time I said I was a feminist. The shock went through the room at the time. It's just something people didn't really get used to at the time, this old guy being a feminist. But anyway, what I find extremely important is to leave no one behind. And that is the problems we have in Western societies, the political problems, societal problems, are, in my view, a consequence of the fact that too many people in our societies have been left behind, felt abandoned, felt no longer part of the deal. And if we want to restore the feeling of a social contract that has everyone as a signature, then we need to make sure that we leave no one behind, that it is clear and manifest that this transformation is to the benefit of the many, not the few. And I think this is the biggest challenge any, especially Western society, faces today. And all our political problems, in my view, are a consequence of the fact that, especially in the lower middle class and the middle classes, people have the feeling that the system doesn't work for them. And this needs to be fixed with a huge amount of urgency, because in a transformational process, you need everyone. And you know, we are humans. We tend also sometimes to do horrible things against our own interests out of emotion. And to think that every decision we take would be rational is foolish. It's not. But if you want people to be part of a transformation, they have to see that it's for them, that they're part of it, that they're part in shaping it, but they're also part in benefiting from the results. And that today, I'm sorry to say, is sadly not enough, is not the fact to a large enough extent in most of our societies.
Such a good point. I mean, not only does the transformation have to be diverse, it needs to focus also on bringing everyone together, because we will not be able to do this alone, and making those who have always felt disenfranchised feel that they're part of this journey and that we're servicing them as well as the entire population. Do you agree with this, actually, Prime Minister Tshering, or there are other aspects that you would like to share with us as well on this point?
I think basically it's being touched upon quite adequately today, and I'm sure throughout the course it must have been discussed many times. But as I was saying, as a surgeon, as a very practical man, I would like to believe in action. And as the Vice President clearly said, leaving no one behind, I would like to ask what would be the vehicle for leaving no one behind? To me, I think being selfless would be the main vehicle for leaving no one behind. If one is selfless, if one cares about the others, be it in your own community or across the globe, I think that would be the fastest way we can achieve leaving no one behind. And then if we could not achieve leaving no one behind until now, we must be mindful that COVID-19 has pushed billions behind this bar into that leaving no one behind compartment. So if we now don't redesign and rethink, or rather I would say don't change the way we think, if you don't change our mindset, then we would rather be going back, since the COVID-19 has pushed us back. So in my country, in my small, little, poor, underdeveloped country, we are quite mindful about that. We are mindful about people who have lost their jobs. We know that people who have lost their jobs cannot come back to get the same jobs, because the job naturally is getting transformed and getting automated. So if you do not reskill them to be fit for the job that is going to come post-COVID. So that is just an example. So similarly, I think we all now must break this shell that is containing ourselves in, and be selfless. Be that selflessness be the vehicle to achieve leaving no one behind. That would be my request.
Thank you so much, and I completely agree with you. And I guess the question that we all need to think about is, what are the tensions then between the social, economic, and environmental systems? How do we truly ensure that we leave no one behind as we transition to a zero carbon economy, as we transition to a zero poverty economy, as we transition to an economy that services all rather than the few? I hope that we have the President of Costa Rica back with us. President Alvarado, are you back?
Can you listen to me, yes, Sandrine, now?
I can hear you now.
Brilliant.
I don't know if you've been able to hear us, but what would be your final thoughts in terms of this conversation?
Well, in a nutshell, I do believe social inclusion, putting sustainability and biodiversity in the center of the equation, universal healthcare, gender equality, a new economy based on clean, renewable energies, and a cultural and changes in behavior. Those are the keys. And from examples such as the Prime Minister of Iceland mentioned on gender, such as the examples of countries with universal healthcare, like in Costa Rica, or with great forest coverage like in Bhutan, or in our case, you can see the benefits and the results on the well-being. But currently I see that we have those plans, those ideas, and there is a barrier sometimes, because many people, particularly those who are left behind or unemployed, or many other leaders that have great responsibilities, don't believe. There's a lack of hope and a lack of a persuasive narrative that can tell people, this is the way to go. This is the way to change. How we can inspire lots of people, leaders and individuals, to take action towards that direction, I believe is one of the key challenges we have. It has a lot to do with how we can inspire people to move into this direction. But when you get to see young people embracing those traits, then there's also lots of hope that we can really get to change the world in this generation.
I would like to thank you all for your incredible wisdom and your bravery and courage in truly trying not to go back to business as usual, but demonstrate in your own ways what transformational leadership looks like. And if we can couple your incredible examples with also the paradigm shift that many economists, many young people are actually calling for, what Sharon Burrows is even indicating many of the trade unions are ready for, if we can bring all of that together, as we move out of these dialogues into the action, as was so clearly indicated by Prime Minister Charing, we cannot continue to just talk. This is a decade of action. And as, in particular, a holder of the history of the limits to growth of 50 years of calling for change, let me plead that we do not have another 50 years, that we must match your incredible bravery and pass it on to many other leaders and cross-fertilize in order for us to truly meet the challenges that we have before us. So I'm thanking each of you for your individual leadership and the incredible work that you're doing in your countries. And I'm hopeful that we will be able to come back together at COP26 and have many more examples of transformational leadership across North and South. And I guess let's see what happens with the United States if we're truly able to bring them into our family at this very important time. So wishing you all the best, and moving now into the next session. Thank you very much.
Here I am. Thank you, Sandrine, and thank you to the panel for a fantastic conversation. I second everything you just said. Really appreciate the leadership that we've just witnessed. And now the bridge from here to Glasgow. Unfortunately, the First Minister of Scotland was not able to join us for this event because of the escalating health situation in Scotland, a testament to the convergence of tipping points that we've been speaking about today. But we're honoured that Rosanna Cunningham, Cabinet Secretary for the Environment, was able to record a contribution for us to tell us more about Scotland's work on well-being economics, as well as its priorities for COP26 in Glasgow. After that, we'll take a couple of minutes break and we'll be back with you on the half hour for our next session. Thank you.
This week, of course, should have been the time when COP26 delegates in Glasgow were drawing to a close one of the most successful, ambitious summits we've had. Instead, we're dealing with a global pandemic and the biggest economic crisis any of us have experienced. Now, more than ever, it is important that governments work together to build a more equal, greener and fair society for all of our citizens. Scotland was one of the first countries to declare a climate emergency, and we have passed ambitious legislation that commits us to net zero emissions of all greenhouse gases by 2045 at the latest. Through our 2019 Climate Change Act, we have also enshrined in law our commitment to a just transition to net zero, one in which well-being, fair work and social justice are prioritised and no one is left behind. In September, the Scottish Government published its programme for government, putting our net zero ambitions at the heart of our action on jobs, skills, procurement, finance and investment. And in December, we will publish our Climate Change Plan update, which will set out our pathway to 2032, outline key linkages to other important issues such as how to tackle biodiversity loss, and in response to the events of this year, set out our plans for a green recovery from COVID-19. Indeed, as we emerge from the current health and economic crises, we have a chance to build a greener, fairer and more equal society and economy with our net zero ambition at its heart. Our recovery will drive a just transition to net zero, including by creating green jobs and supporting people to reskill into these jobs and nurturing innovation and sustainable economic growth. This is an approach that is of fundamental importance to the future well-being of both our people and the planet. We know the action needed to reach net zero will transform all sectors of the world's economy and society. This is especially true as the pace of transition increases. In this vein, Scotland's COP26 themes of just transition and people reflect the need for the conference to not only result in greater climate action and ambition, but to have a fair and just approach at the forefront of global collective action that delivers for people and communities around the world. The importance of focusing our action on our people is also at the heart of our work on well-being economy. As the First Minister of Scotland set out in her TED Talk, in Scotland, we aim to promote the happiness of those who live here rather than only prioritise the level of our GDP. GDP has too often come to be used as the primary measure by which governments judge a nation's success. In the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic and mounting evidence of the global climate crisis, the limitations of GDP are becoming increasingly apparent. GDP measures the wealth of a nation, but it says nothing about how that wealth is distributed. It does not provide an accurate reflection of the subjective well-being of our citizens, and activities which boost GDP in the short term can make the planet uninhabitable in the longer term. By putting well-being at the heart of what we are doing, we can increase the chances that major technological and economic changes bring benefits to the greatest number of people across the whole of society. It makes sense for the Scottish Government to work with other like-minded governments to tackle these challenges together. That's why Scotland, Iceland, New Zealand and Wales have come together as part of the Wellbeing Economy Governance Group. The group seeks to promote the principles of a wellbeing economy. It brings governments together to discuss the challenges we face and how those challenges can be considered through a wellbeing lens. This year, WeGo governments have met, virtually of course, along with colleagues in Finland and Canada, to share experiences of the pandemic and to discuss ideas on how a well-being economy approach can help guide response to COVID-19 and economic recovery. Now, I started by referencing COP26. The rescheduled COP must support global efforts to deliver a transition to a net zero well-being economy in a way that is fair and just. And this is going to be a core objective for COP26. So Scotland will push for greater global ambition on climate by demonstrating Scotland's leadership and working with our partners to learn where we can do more, collaborate with partners to ensure a commitment to a just and fair transition to net zero both here and globally, and ensure an inclusive and open process where everyone is engaged and represented. We've just under a year until COP26, a year to build momentum, to show commitment and to take action. As leaders, we must ensure we capitalise on this opportunity to leave the world in a better place for future generations. Thank you.
we are in a break, right? I'm checking on the YouTube. There's a delay there.
Welcome back. Welcome back, everybody. Delighted to welcome you to our next session. And I'm going to begin by introducing you. We're going to have a session on reflections on the road towards COP26 in Glasgow, from dialogue to action. I want to begin by introducing you to 6 fabulous people for this panel. We have the dynamic duo of Gonzalo Munoz and Nigel Topping, respectively the Chilean and UK COP26 high-level climate action champions. We have Marina Melanides from Youth for Nature, Dom Jaramillo, event coordinator of MOC COP26, and welcome back to Sandrine and Johan. Thrilled to have you all here. Before we turn to Marina and Dom, who I want to give the chance to ask some questions to the group before responding to some questions of their own, just want to take a couple of minutes to hear from Nigel and Gonzalo on their reflections on the Race to Zero dialogues.
Well, should I start, Nigel? Yep. Okay. Well, thanks so much, Lindsay. And of course, there's so many things to say, but I would say that one of the most important aspects I'm taking from the dialogues is that there are several paradigms that are falling apart. Of course, there are many technical ones, but I want to refer especially to ones that are much more human related. One is definitely related to something that probably we will see now. It's the capacity of the youth to bring amazing concrete solutions and not only, of course, express their uncomfort or their worries. Another one that we're becoming more confident on expressing was very well said in the last panel by many of the speakers and the authorities, is it's such a, I mean, it's somehow of an uncomfortable truth, but has to be said much more loud in order to solve the climate crisis. We need to help women take the wheel. Women leadership, we have said it many times, it's low in carbon, in high in empathy, tends to know how to care much more and better, and we're seeing that very well expressed during the dialogues, and that's something that we have to take into consideration much more seriously and be much more proactive. But then there's another important element that was, I thought, brilliantly said by Kate Raworth in the initial session, when she said a race to zero is just a passing point towards regeneration. And through that, I think that Kate also gave some sense of like the tone for the rest of the dialogue. We have been seeing that being repeated over and over. So that would be my like fast, quick reactions. Nigel, you're mute.
Somebody muted me. Great to see everybody, and it's lovely to be together at the end of 2 amazing weeks. You know, Gonzalo and I have the privilege of this role to drive ambition and action, working with an amazing group of partners who are all working with businesses, investors, cities, states and regions, and civil society. And you know, the mandate comes from the parties to the Paris Agreement, who recognise that countries can't do this on their own, that we need the whole of society. So it's a daunting job sometimes, but these 2 weeks have been really energizing. And we call them the Race to Zero dialogues because it is a race. Everyone here knows that. Johan's been a great teacher of ours in terms of the scientific, I mean, just such robust scientific evidence that we've really got to do this as quickly as possible. So one of the reasons Gonzalo and I don't say net zero by 2050, we say net zero as soon as possible, because every year we can do it earlier, it's going to be a win for all of us. But zero, as Gonzalo said, yeah, and Kate helped us, it's the stepping point on the way to regeneration. But the dialogue word's really important for us as well. It's, you know, like, our whole remit is about action, and we need to be in action, but we also sometimes need to stop to listen to each other, because if we're all just acting in different directions, then we actually have no momentum. And sometimes it feels like, you know, it's just sort of crazy running in different directions. And what we're really trying to do is listen and respectfully learn in that space of listening, so that we can be converging because then we de-risk the transition and we can go much faster if we go together. It's that ambition loop that many people have talked about. So yeah, that's just my reflections, Lindsay, that I want to just really call out all the amazing partners who've done such an amazing job. I mean, Potsdam and Club of Rome for this closing session, but over 90 partners out of over 300 we've been working with. And you know, we've had such diversity of mindset, of point of view, of opinion, and I've been really impressed with the way that people have been listening respectfully. That means being prepared to be wrong, right? Otherwise, you can't learn. So really thrilled, and I think this sets a tone for the way we want to work with everybody on the road to Glasgow to really ratchet up action.
Fabulous, Nigel, thank you. I want to bring Marina in now. Marina, you're doing incredible work on the ground, mobilizing youth and speaking up and out. Just in a sentence, if you could just give a quick insight into the work that you do, and then feel free to ask whatever you'd like to Nigel and Gonzalo.
Yeah, thanks so much, Lindsay. Hi, Nigel. Hi, Gonzalez. My name is Marina Melanides. Pronouns are she, her. I'm the founder and partnerships director of Youth for Nature, which is an international global organization that is mobilizing and empowering young people to lead on both solutions to the climate crisis and the biodiversity crisis that are grounded in knowledge and injustice and rooted in ambition. And the truth is, we've been having discussions about what to do about these intersecting crises for longer than I've been alive. I'm 25, so as old as the cops. And the truth is that we have these solutions, and most of them are being led by those that are really least responsible for the climate and biodiversity crises, and led by those that often have the least amount of resources to address these crises in a scaled up and impactful way. These are frontline communities, these are folks from the global south, these are indigenous communities, these are young people. I feel like we're spending a lot of time and attention and resources towards groups that have resources already. Like even in the Race to Zero dialogues, like the majority of sessions seem to feature industries and large multinational organizations instead of these groups on the front lines. So my question to both of you as high-level champions, how are we putting our money and our time and our attention where our mouths are? How are you as high-level champions working to mobilize the redistribution of resources and time and attention so that we can support groups that need it the most, who are on the front lines to lead solutions and scale up action on the ground?
Shall I start, Gonzalo?
Okay.
So, I mean, the approach we're trying to take is one that recognizes this is about systems transformation, which means that it's really complicated because we're stuck in these patterns of behavior, and we got to pull on every lever that we can to mobilize change. So the example that I would use most often would be the 40 years that we've fast forwarded the transition to electric vehicles in the last 4 years. So this is really important, right? In 2016, just after Paris, the International Energy Agency, the most respected forecaster of the future of our energy systems, and transport's one of the key parts of that, they were saying, we're going to be buying combustion engine cars in the 2070s. So everyone's going, wow, that's bad. That's 2070. So we're all, those of us working to campaign to net zero, like that's not acceptable. I've been saying for at least 6 years, I think we can do this by 2030. 2016, Tesla starts to break through. So that's a disruptive new player. I think it's 2018, France and the UK set a 2040 phase out date. Then we start to have some cities saying, like London and Paris, saying they have zero carbon zones. Then we have school strikers and Extinction Rebellion saying we've got to do this much faster, raising the stakes even more. Then we have Mercedes, the inventor of the combustion engine, saying we'll be net zero 2039. Then we have California saying we'll be net zero phase out combustion engines 2035. And just this week, the UK government said they'll phase out combustion engines 2030. So the voice of citizens is part of that systems change. The voice of disruptive entrepreneurs is part of that. The voice of policymakers, the voice of mayors, the voice of investors also been pushing. So what we're trying to do with the approach we're taking is highlight the fact that this is going to take the whole of society and make sure that the voices of all different parts of society are in these conversations. It's part of the reason we wanted to have you in this conversation right now, like and be challenging and hold us to account, and that's fine because everyone has different So I guess that would be my answer. And the reason for having lots of people like from businesses or cities or investors is those are the people on the levers of transformation, right? Those are the people with the balance sheets, the workforces, the ability to actually deliver innovation that needs to be directed by policymakers, by citizens, and by activists. But they're the ones who've actually got the reins of implementation power in their hands, and that have to be at the heart of this transformation. Otherwise, we'll never make it. So I guess that would be why you'll see a lot of those actors in the conversation.
Gonzalo, do you want to build on that?
Well, yeah, I would love just to complement that. There's also just, I mean, seconding every single word that Nigel said. I think that there's also an element of attention, right? And we want to move forward as fast as possible. As Nigel said, we want to reach net zero as soon as possible. And in order to do that, we also have to work with those that might be resistant to help them also move faster. So there is a work to be done there as well. And in some cases, there are some industries that are really big ones and have been somehow in the control of the way that we have behaved as a society. So we need to work with them as well. I mean, we don't want to, of course, when it comes to leaving no one behind, it's absolutely a phrase that is connected to the most vulnerable, but that doesn't mean that we don't have to take into consideration the capacity, the power. And once you convert, once you convince, once you have a capability of working with one of those leaders that in a certain moment was resistant for any reason, you can have the possibility of accelerating. So it's about working with all, and many times knowing that you have short period of time, your lack of resources, and you have to design which are the most efficient tactics or even the battles that you have to decide, right, to finally move forward.
Dom, let me bring you in. Again, same question. Just share very briefly the work you're doing, and then feel free, go for it and ask whatever you'd like to.
Thanks, Lindsay. I'm Dom Jaramillo. I'm Ecuadorian. I'm based in Costa Rica right now, and I'm one of the students coordinating MOCOP 26, and I'm so happy to be here. And my question is for Gonzalo. Gonzalo, it's been 5 years since the Paris Agreement was signed. What have you learned? What is remaining to do in COP21? We heard from Christiana Figueres say that the COP21 was the opportunity to build the Paris Agreement. I'm sure that COP26 is the opportunity to take action. So what is the work that is remaining to do, especially for the global south, for those communities that are the most affected, for Latin America and the Caribbean, where you and I come from?
Thank you, Dom. Great to have a citizen of this continent with us today. And let me first clarify that I wasn't in the climate community back in 2015 during COP21. The first COP I ever attended was last year in Madrid. And that was part of somehow, I would say, the strategy of naming me as the high-level champion for Chile, because there was an expectation of trying to bring some sort of new vision or new language or whatever. And I have to recognize I joined this community coming from, of course, circular economy, recycling, regenerative agriculture. I'm a practitioner in that sense, but I just joined 1.5 years ago with very, let's say, silly, dumb, innocent questions, and trying to therefore see what has been working, what hasn't, what are the opportunities of doing some things differently. And that has been my whole experience. There's so much room for doing things differently, to ask those questions that maybe sometimes hasn't been asked for whatever reason. And there is a possibility of bringing new actors. Part of my role, part of my vision, part of my commitment is to make the climate community be much more representative. And I'm absolutely pleased and honored to be working with Nigel with that same vision on making this topic that has been flying 30,000 feet high and mostly representing the big powerful nations and the big whatever multinationals or even the big NGOs of the world, We need to bring the global south. We need to bring much more diversity. We have to make this, and it's part of the embedded spirit, is to make it very inclusive. It's part of what we expect that was seen somehow during the dialogues. Inclusiveness is in the center of the spirit that moves us, and challenge me as much as you can, and you will, from now to COP26. Our motivation is to make this community be much more representative of everybody in the world, and every single topic of the world, every single size of organization, every single topic of our economy.
Thank you, Gonzalo. I want to make sure we bring in more voice with Marina and Dom. Johan, sitting in the seat you sit in, what question would you like to ask to these two amazing activists and leaders?
Yeah, that's a wonderful opportunity. I mean, I have the privilege of interacting and working quite closely with both Gonzalo and Nigel.
No, I mean Marina and Dom. Marina and Dom.
Yeah, that makes more sense. I mean, I have some nice punches I'd love to throw at Nigel and Gonzalo, but no, I think Marina, Dom, my question to you, or it's more like stretching out a hand from the scientific community, in the sense that you are not only representing the future, you are the leaders of the present. I mean, I would argue that you are today the most powerful voices of change we have in societies across the world. We scientists, we are the slow variables. We provide the authoritative, trusted, objective facts that you then can stand on, and we can hold hands together to communicate the new narrative for humanity. And as you know better than most, the new narrative is really, very potentially scary, but also incredibly exciting. And I think that's what I would like to ask you. Do you see the opportunity for us to collide together on the disastrous risk analysis with Nigel's massive opportunity narrative into one new story on the opportunity for a more equitable, sustainable, prosperous future for humanity? And what role would you like, what more help do you need from science to be able to succeed in your quest towards getting this message across? I mean, you have a message of morality, but you also have a message of wanting and having a right to a better future.
Marina, do you want to start?
Sure. Thanks so much for your question, Johan, and thanks for those words. I remember reading your planetary boundaries paper in second year of my undergrad, so this is pretty cool. Anyway, I think yes. I guess short answer, yes. Of course, there's opportunity to collide both of these narratives of urgency and crises, but also the opportunity to emerge from that emergency and design a future and present where folks aren't just surviving, but everybody is able to thrive, and everybody has an opportunity to an equitable and just future and present. In terms of what we need from scientists, I think a lot of scientists are doing a really great job. I suppose I would just encourage scientists to sort of jump that boundary from speaking in scientific circles and in academia to also making efforts to be activists as well, and to communicate the work that you're doing and the knowledge that you're building and developing and discovering to the broader public in as most effective ways as possible, and partnering with communicators and with young people and with folks on the front line to help communicate that knowledge in really effective and compelling ways. That would be, sometimes I feel like science can get stuck in its own circles and get stuck in its own echo chambers. And I guess academia more broadly has a tendency to talk to each other in circles. So doing everything you can to really break those circles and communicate more broadly and partner with those who really need to hear the message.
Dom, your thoughts, bridging these different narratives.
Thanks, Lindsay. And thanks for that, Ryan. I'm agree with you that we pretty often hear that we are the leaders of the future, but I'm pretty sure that we're leading now. During the last years, the climate movement, mostly led by young people, have done an incredible work, not just striking, but taking action, educating people, making awareness of the climate crisis. So I'm pretty sure that the help that we need from you is to have pressures on our global leaders, to ask them to discuss climate education, to change our curriculums, and to focus on sustainability. We need green jobs. We are fighting now for our future because we think that we will not have a future if we don't act now, and that's the reason that we're leading and acting now. So the academia will play a really important role, changing the curriculum, helping us to make awareness, and giving us the resources to learn and to make a real change.
Sandrine, let me bring you in. What question would you like to ask of Marina and Dom?
So first of all, brilliant responses, and it shows again the brilliance of many of the young women. There are many youth leaders, but also many women from across the globe who have gotten so involved and really have brought, with incredible humility, amazing action on the ground. My question would be, building a little bit on the conversation with Johan and the champions, what more can we do to build the bridge to the youth movement? I mean, there are many organizations, and now there are businesses. Are we doing enough? We've heard from the youth that often they feel that now they're tokenized, that they're brought to the table, but they're not at the table. Does that mean that we don't want to mock 26 and that actually we should have more youth directly involved in the discussions? This was part of the incredible shift in Paris that we brought in non-state actors, and it's what enabled so much of our action and continues with the champions. So I guess my question to the two of you, as we are your humble servants in many ways and truly do want to work, because yes, you are the next generation, but we all know that climate change is here and now. I also have two daughters who are exactly your age, and I'm going to fight as hard as I possibly can to make sure their lives are better and all of those, so we leave no one behind. What can we do together to kind of build those bridges and cut down the silos that we all know still exist?
Dom, off you go. You want to start, Dom?
Yeah, my question will be that we need our global, my answer, excuse me, will be that we need our global leaders to raise ambition during COP26. We want them to take action now, to be able to save our future, to tackle climate change. We need from them climate education. We need green jobs, as I said. We need climate resilient livelihoods. We need health and well-being, and we need to discuss during COP26 the national determined contributions that are really important.
And Marina.
Yeah, I think my answer goes back to what I was asking Gonzalo and Nigel about earlier, is how are we redistributing resources? Where are we putting our time and our attention towards? I'd argue that the levers of change are not with the industries that profit off the systems that are at the root of our crises, but they're with communities or with folks on the front lines, and they're with young people. And these folks don't have the same access to resources that big industries or giant NGOs or multinational organizations have. We don't have the same access to funding. We don't have the same access to platforms. We don't have the same access to opportunities. If we want to take a COVID lens there too, it's young people, it's my generation, it's Dom's generation that are suffering the most from COVID. We're the ones that are the first to get fired. We're the ones that are struggling to find opportunities, work opportunities that meet our values and meet the urgency of the crises that we face, and pay our rent and put food on our tables. So what are folks with resources, folks with influence doing to redistribute those resources? Hiring young people, BIPOC youth, especially folks on the front line, hiring those people on our teams, hiring us onto your boards, redistributing the ways that big funding grants go? Which pathways are these grants taking? Who has access to these? And who has access to platforms at events like these? And how are we making sure that these platforms are not just, okay, I'm going to ask you one question and then I'm going to wave you adieu, but okay, I'm going to ask you a question and then we're going to work together to build these solutions together. This is what young people want. This is what folks on the front lines want. These are what communities want, is we want opportunities to help build our futures together and to make sure that we have a future and a present where we can all thrive.
Thank you, Marina. So we're coming into our closing session, but I want to end this session by giving each of you a chance to just share a final thought. And I would just say this has been an incredible few days. Just take a breath, each of the 6 of you. And then when you're ready, just wave your hand, and would love to hear a final thought from you for the group. So take a moment, just really absorb the conversation we've just had and all the fantastic discussions that have gone on over these days. And then when you're ready, raise your hand and I'd love to hear from you as a closing thought. Gonzalo, over to you.
Yeah, happy to. Thanks, Lindsay. And I would just like to connect 2 things. Love that challenge, Marina. Hopefully we have done some sort of difference through the dialogues. We are expecting that this way of developing a program that puts together all of the different voices, of course, can be improved. Hope that there are certain examples of how we did it that are useful. If not, please let us know, because this was supposed to be a very open, inclusive opportunity for everyone. I mean, we really put a lot of focus on that. And the other thing that I want to highlight on your conversation with Johan, I would say, please, Johan and Lindsay, please do more of those videos of the countdown that Johan did. That's a masterpiece. And I think that there's a connection that is brilliantly well said there about science, the sense of urgency, technology, and a marvelous way to put in how to communicate beautifully for massive audiences.
Thank you. I love that video of Johan's. That passes to you, Johan. You catch the ball.
and let me just be very honest with you. It was far outside of an academic's comfort zone. Believe me, if it hadn't been for Lindsay and Bruno and Chris Anderson and Ted basically pushing us a little bit into the deep end of the pool, we would never have done it. So I think Marina, you have a very important point there to push us academic closer to the frontier, closer to the barricades. I would argue it's not a good thing for academics to become activists. I think society wins of having credibility and integrity of the scientific community, but we have to be more courageous. We have to be more creative. We have to communicate in new ways. And the beauty of these 2 weeks is that we have, the best untold story in town. We don't reach out to the world, but this is the best untold story in town. It's an action thriller with a beautiful, final, glorious ending. We're about to destroy our planet. We're about to undermine all equity. We're about to create, the most disastrous Mordor-type future. But the window is open. We can transition. We have the solutions. And not only that, if we transition, we get a better, healthier, more exciting, and for the future, a much more advanced, technologically apt future. So somehow we need to help each other to get this narrative to become the race to zero for the entire world. And I think we have the script for this. So that's what I would like to leave.
Thank you, Johan. Who's next up? Sandrine, yeah.
Yeah, I want to build on the words that Marina used, which is something that I've been saying, and it's so nice to hear you say it as well, Marina, and that is we can emerge from emergency. And for us, we truly believe, and especially now with our new transformational economics work and our Earth for All work, in the next 2 years, working with champions and COP26, we will see NDCs come forward. But more importantly, I think this is a moment to tap into human consciousness. This is a moment where we're seeing a huge amount of humanity and solidarity coming through COVID. And if we can use that as a moment to realize that actually disruption, although painful, can also bring some good and learn from this experience and not do business as usual, but bounce back better. We will never be able to build back glaciers. We will never be able to build back some of our lost ancient forests, but we can at least try to do our very best to preserve this incredible planet we call home. And we have heard so many inspirational stories over the last 2 weeks and promises, and that we need to build with the consciousness of the people who realize that things must change.
Thank you. Marina, go for it, yes.
Yeah, we have a year to go until COP26, which wasn't the original plan, but I think that's a tremendous opportunity, actually, to ensure that COP26 is a moment of demonstrated leadership and the beginning of the transformative systems change that we all know is necessary. So we have to shift. That means shifting from dialogue to action. And that means that we have to shift resources and attention and time to those that need it most. And from my position as a young person, I can say with certainty that young people want to co-design our own futures, and we want solutions that are intergenerational. And we have the expertise, and we have the knowledge, and we have the bold, ambitious worldviews that are necessary to do this. Like, you can't do it without us, so let's do this together.
Thank you, Marina. Dom.
Yeah, I just want to build in what Marina said, that the COP26 was postponed, but the climate crisis was not postponed. Just 2 weeks ago, 3 million people were evacuated here in Central America because of a hurricane that just came here. So we have an entire year to work together, the civil society, the climate movement, the young generation, to keep that momentum, to work together, to take action, and to raise ambition during COP26.
Thank you, Dom. And last word to you, Nigel.
Yeah, I don't know, I'm feeling quite sad. I think the only way we solve this is if we come together, as Marina says. And this has to be the work of love, right? Love for the planet, love for each other, and love for the future, love for those unborn. It's not my generation or Marina's. It's not Dom against me, right? Really, there's thousands of generations to come that we owe we're responsible for the world that they will be born into. So my most sincere hope is that we can avoid finger pointing, because the violence of the pointed finger means we can't talk and we can't listen and we can't learn from each other. So, I mean, you have my word, and Gonzalo and I know absolutely united on this, that we are doing everything we can to be action oriented. We're not interested in going to COP26 that's about dialogues. We want COP26 to be about the progress we made and the momentum that we've got to get to zero as soon as possible. If we can wave a magic wand and be at net zero tomorrow, we'd do it. Of course we would. It's really hard work. We don't need 2 high-level champions. We need 8 billion champions, right? We need everybody doing everything they can, lending we've worked really hard, and I'm really proud of the work that all the partners have done to make this a much more gender balanced, much more geographically diverse, much more diverse voices than any climate event I've ever been to. I think Countdown and this event, I want to thank Johan and Sandrine for their work in curating this, and Lindsay for your work on Countdown. If we don't have diverse voices in the room, it gets comfortable and then it slows down. I'm really proud we're really excited. We've just launched our youth fellowship program. We're looking forward to having more young people in the team. We're working to try and raise the money to launch a team in Africa, which is underrepresented and where the next COP will be. And we're working to launch the Race for Resilience, which puts vulnerable human lives, and the need to go from vulnerability to resilience at the heart of that campaign. So we're going to be working flat out all the way to COP26, and looking forward to working with everybody who's part of that family, that empathic family who's prepared to work together towards common goals.
Thank you, Nigel. Let me just finish this session by saying it's been a real privilege to step into this afternoon or morning, depending where you are in the world, or evening. I think for me, it's been very, very hopeful and inspiring to listen to the different conversations that have been going on and get a sense of how much has been brought to life in these last days, of course, building on on years and years of work and huge efforts by very many people. So just a great privilege to be here. Thank you all. Thanks to this panel. I look forward to working with all of you and many, many more people in the weeks and months to come. And nothing left to do except now to pass to Nigel and Gonzalo, who are going to close out our session. So over to you. We are at the finishing line of this extraordinary series of events. And I'm thrilled to pass the baton. I think it's to you first, Gonzalo. You need to come off mute, though.
Thank you. Thank you also for that. Thank you so much, not only Lindsay, Tom, Marina, and of course, Sandrine and Johan. This has been brilliant and extremely, I believe, extremely useful. The dialogues have shown how ambition and commitments to action are growing ahead of COP26, and also how much is somehow missing, how much we have to do even more and more, because these dialogues are just a step on the way. And as we finish the Race to Zero dialogues, we are now joined by some of the leaders that have inspired us and are here with us on this race. So, Nigel?
Yeah, it's my great pleasure to introduce Minister Carolina Schmidt, of course, COP25 President and Minister of the Environment of Chile. And I can't see Carolina, so I just want to check that she's here. Here she comes. Oh, no, nearly. Carolina, can you hear me?
There you are.
I can see you.
Hi, Carolina. Carolina, first of all, I want to thank you so much for the inspiration that you've given to me and Gonzalo, and for your many contributions in the last 9 days of dialogues. You've had a key leadership role in launching the Climate Ambition Alliance and the Race to Zero. Can you tell us what your priority actions would be to recommend to us as we seek to accelerate the ambition loop between parties and non-party stakeholders? You're mute, Carolina.
First, I want to read.
You're mute again.
Again yeah. Now, okay?
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, first, I want to commend you, Nigel and Gonzalo, for the hard work in the past day and all this year in the Race to Zero and Climate Ambition Alliance to foster ambition. And I think we have such a great tool, really, having been able to put together parties and non-state actors together for the first time to really push for the ambition loop that is so important. When we launched the Climate Ambition Alliance last year in the Secretary General Summit, for the first time we put together states and non-state actors, because we realized that the movement will come from the people and the parties in the territory. And that is what it pushed parties to move forward, in more ambition. So that's why we bring all those together. And we are very happy to know that, after this work, when we start with 6 countries, and today we have more than 122 countries, more 1,000 companies, and more than $5 trillion that are, committed to carbon neutrality by 2050 as science has requested us. So we think that, this tool that we have with the Climate Ambition Alliance, the Race to Zero, is the tool we have to push, countries to move forward, because people and non-state actors are moving, and we have seen, these 9 days, what, we are reaching because of the non-state actors that move much faster than parties. I want to commend the government of Japan that, using the power of the non-state actors now is also coming inside the alliance, the High Ambition Alliance. And we are seeing commitments of other parties that, after the non-state actors have done this incredible job, are also, going to come to commit to carbon neutrality by 2050. So Korea del Sur, we have seen after this work and this day that is also wanted to come in, and we also have seen very, I would say, good announcement and intention globally, and what is going on now with United States and what is going on with China. So I think this is a great tool that we have working together, as you were saying, Nigel, using the power of non-state actors used to bring the parties to the commitments we need for getting the carbon neutrality by 2050 as science has requested.
Thank you so much, Minister Smith. Thank you for your commitment, your courage, your work, and for the Climate Ambition Alliance as a general umbrella for the commitments towards net zero by 2050. I would like now to introduce two really fundamental leaders of the process, the global climate process, Tosin Panu from the Democratic Republic of Congo, SAPSA chair, and Mariana Carlsen from Norway, SBI chair. And I would like you to please let us know as chairs of the subsidiary bodies of the UNFCCC, please tell us about your role and what you believe are the key contributions from these last 9 days and the Race to Zero dialogues and the Climate Ambition Alliance in general that can help support your work and the dialogues that are starting next week. Please, I don't know, Tosi, you start. You have the floor, please.
Yes. Hola, Gonzalo. Hello, Nigel. Let me begin by congratulating both of you, the high-level champions, and all relevant stakeholders engaged in the organization of the Race to Zero dialogues, including participants from all over the world for their active participation and contributions that enabled the Race to Zero dialogues to conclude in a successful manner today. You may recall the World Climate Community marked the year 2020 as the year of enhanced ambition and implementation. This is a great challenge under the COVID-19 pandemic. The series of events organized in the past 9 days demonstrated that with strong commitment of all parties and relevant stakeholders across the globe, it is possible for ambitious climate action to take place on the ground in many parts of the world. The Race to Zero dialogues has shown that nothing can quarantine the climate action. The events also showcased various success stories in many sectors, and this could send very strong positive messages and momentum to parties and relevant stakeholders as they proceed to join the climate dialogues during the next 2 weeks to intensify their effort to advance work under the UNFCCC as mandated for 2020 and to plan for the effective engagement in the negotiations at the in-person sessions when we convene them again in 2021. Marianne, over to you.
You're mute, Marianne.
Okay. Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, perfect.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Tosi, and thank you, Gonzalez, for inviting us. Let me join Tosi by congratulating you and Nigel for the enormous efforts and the success of the Race to Zero. Let me start by saying that the solution on climate change really lies with an alliance between governments at national level, local and subnational authorities and governments, businesses, research and academic communities, as well as non-governmental organizations. The climate action space and the Race to Zero has provided a platform to shape and harness from these alliances, and from what I have seen, you have succeeded. In the sphere of rule setting, guidance and support, which is the frame for the climate dialogue, there are several messages we must take from the Race to Zero. First, ambition is not only needed, it is indeed wanted. So we need to approach the climate dialogues in the same spirit. And second, for ambition to translate into action, stable, long-term and robust frameworks at international level is vital. And this means we need to make progress during the upcoming climate dialogues. So I think the Race to Zero the climate dialogues and the upcoming celebration of the Paris Agreement really underscores the strong linkage between action and ambition and international governance. And that is how we will need to move together towards COP26. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Tosi and Marianne. And I just want to acknowledge your personal leadership in extraordinary times and the extraordinary complex work of steering the negotiations, and also thank you for your collaboration. I remember when we met, because we were both, most people listening won't know, but we were both planning to hold dialogues on the same dates, and you were very gracious in working with us to make sure that we could pass the baton on to you rather than overlapping. And that framing you've just given us has really inspired me and Gonzalo to see that circle with the international rule setting, which is the work that you're doing, then the nationally determined contributions, and then all of the work of the non-state actors being the sort of big ambition loop. So thank you for that. And now let me turn to a dear friend and leader, Patricia Espinosa, the Executive Secretary of the UN Climate Change. Patricia, you've been such an inspiration for these dialogues, and you've been involved in so many. We've been really inspired by your energy. I remember on the transport day when you watching your video, and you reminding us that I think you said only 10% of the NDCs have specific measures on transports, and I was thinking, oh my God, that's such a big opportunity for us to work together with all of the non-state actors work on transport to help and encourage and work and support the parties to be more ambitious. So as we conclude these Race to Zero dialogues, as we hand the baton on to Tosi and Marianne for their climate dialogues next week and the Ambition Summit in September, how critical is the Race to Zero and the Climate Ambition Alliance in contributing to the delivery of the Paris Agreement and supporting the multilateral process on the road to COP26?
Thank you very much, Nigel, and thank you and Gonzalo for your leadership, but also thanks to the almost 100 partners that made these Race to Zero dialogues possible, and to the more than 300 speakers that we have had over these last days. It has been a fascinating experience. Now, what is the significance of this at this point in time where hope is difficult to find, where news are so difficult to digest in most of the countries in the world? So it is incredibly important. First, it comes at a time where, in an unprecedented situation, the climate change process has not been able to meet in person for one whole year. And we're still, by the way, don't know exactly when we will be able to meet personally. So it is extremely important to keep the conversation going, to keep the dialogue going, to facilitate the exchanges. At the same time, it is absolutely crucial because it is very clear by now that the transformation, the deep transformation that we need in the world cannot be delivered by governments alone. It requires to have really everybody on board. And that means that currently success at COP26 or any conference in the future is not only depending on negotiations. Yes, negotiations are a fundamental element. Without a success in negotiations, in that part of the intergovernmental process, we will not be able to be successful. But that's not enough. That's not enough. So our process, the conference, needs to send the signal to the world that the transformation has started, that it is irreversible, that there is leadership and willingness to go on, and that it can happen. So it is really all these pieces coming together that will allow us to be successful at COP26 in the implementation of the Paris Agreement and in creating a sustainable, clean, healthy future for current and future generations.
Thank you so much, Patricia, for not only your words, but the support that you have given us, and through you, all of your team at the UNFCCC, very especially to the GCA team. And for us, I mean, Nigel and myself, it's a privilege to have four of the most important leaders on the climate sphere here with us. So I wanted to take this moment to ask you one, let's say, one suggestion or request that you can send as an idea for the groups that we represent, or the groups that we need to work with, right? For the community of businesses, investors, cities, regions, civil society. What would be that idea, that suggestion or area of focus that you think it will be the most important for them? And I will go through the four of you, starting with you, Minister Schmidt. Please, you have the floor.
Right. Thank you, Gonzalo. I think that we need to be very aware that today we are facing the COVID pandemic. And this is giving, hard times, a very difficult situation for most people in our countries. And the crisis of climate change haven't stopped. They are coming together. So we have to use this pandemic as an opportunity to try to solve, the needs of these two crises together. I mean, we need to create jobs to recover our economic situation and the jobs of the people using, the crisis, the climate change crisis that we are facing. And in that sense, resources are so important that we use the reactivation resources of our economies with a focus on the climate action. So my call is the following. Investors are a key player in the Race to Zero and the Climate Ambition Alliance. And resources that countries need to recover their economics after the pandemic and create jobs are essential. So if investors can have and put requirements of decarbonization, requirement that the resources are focused on projects that are facing the climate action in mitigation and in resilience, in adaptation, we can build back better. So this is so important. We have seen, for example, how the resources move the needle. BlackRock, the biggest fund in the world, announced a recent time ago that he will punish 53 global companies because they are not focusing on climate action and sustainability. That create a big movement, and all the companies are redoing the things to face the climate change. The same we saw with the Norwegian fund of wealth, the 1.5 of the stock markets in the world, when they say we are going to invest only in companies that are focusing in climate action, in carbon neutrality. So if we can focus the resources, the international resources for reactivation, to have this decarbonization mandate and the climate, and go to the climate action, we can see big changes in parties, in companies that can help us to accelerate our transformation to a net zero economy and resilient economy. So there I will put a big focus.
Thank you so much. Well taken. So let me continue now with Marianne. Please, Marianne, same question. What would be that urgent request, please? You have to.
Thank you. It's always very difficult to ask bureaucrats about one request. It's almost impossible to respond, but I will try. Now, I don't want to under-communicate the challenge that COVID-19 poses for so many people around the world, but I think we also have seen and learned how rapid we can change if we have to. So when we are going back to a normal, this has to be a reshaped normal where we do things differently, greener and cleaner. And for example, we know that reshaping transport can save millions of tons of CO2. And I have seen from my own country, Norway, how rapid that change can be made if the right incentives are in place in the electric vehicle segment. So my one thing would be for everyone to identify the drivers for rapid and lasting change and how these are incentivized, which will be different for different sectors and segments. But in the context of the UNCCC and through the Paris Agreement, the government's strongest incentive, in my opinion, is to use the instruments which is in those agreements and in that convention, which is to increase the level of ambition. This is a very strong incentive for change. Increase the level of ambition through NDCs, through adaptation plans and communications, and through support to developing countries. Was that one thing?
Yes, we can pack it. Yes, we can pack it. Thanks so much, Marianne. Tosi, now to you, please. Same question.
Yes, thank you, Gonzalo. And I'm afraid I will not be too creative because what I will say is along the lines of what Minister Smith has said and what Marianne has said. I think that today the planet is facing a big challenge, which is the COVID-19 pandemic. But this should not take our eyes off what remains the bigger, longer-term challenge, which is runaway climate change. And in no way am I asking countries to do a trade-off between both urgencies, but I'm just making a plea that my one request is that all Race to Zero community stays focused despite the COVID-19 pandemic and continue to intensify efforts in rapidly transitioning to a zero carbon future. And by so doing, supporting effective implementation of the new or updated nationally determined contributions submitted by parties to ensure the full operationalization of the Paris Agreement. So this is my one request. Thank you, Gonzalo. Thank you, Nigel.
Thank you much, Tosi. And now I would like to hear from you, Executive Secretary. Please, Patricia, same question.
Thank you, Gonzalo. Well, yeah, as Marianne and Minister Schmidt and Tosi have said, that actually, we need to put too many pieces together to be successful in this transformation. But maybe I would say that we need to be sure that we can show that we are delivering on the commitments that have been made. And that will be an element that will be absolutely crucial to build the trust and the collaboration atmosphere that we will need in order to put this big package of outcomes together at COP26 in order to be successful. So in that regard, the point that has been raised by the previous colleagues about the support to developing countries is actually very, very relevant. I believe that the support in terms of climate finance is crucial. It will be one element that will facilitate really the process going forward in the right way. And this year we have seen that actually there is a possibility and the capacity to mobilize just incredible amounts of resources, even if those were not planned, to address a critical situation. Now, climate change is a critical situation, is a crisis, and therefore it deserves to be given that level of attention.
Wonderful. Thank you to all of our panelists. And now we come to the end of 9 intense days and we hand the baton over to Tosi and Marianne and wish you good luck. I want to thank all of the partners who've contributed to these 9 amazingly diverse and varied dialogues. As Patricia said, over 90 organizations and over 300 speakers from 65 countries. So really too numerous to mention, but really from the heart, from me, Gonzalo, and the team, I'd like to thank every single one of you for making this the rich conversation it's been. We've really loved your honesty, your courage, your challenge, and your commitment to action and to finding solutions. It's been really, Gonzalo and I have been working crazy times. Gonzalo's been getting up at like 3 o'clock in the morning. At one point I thought he had flown to England because I couldn't believe he was getting up so early. But we found the energy from the dialogues and from all of you. We've been really inspired and energized. So thank you, Gonzalo.
Well, thank you, Nigel, and thank you again to our inspiring leaders. We have clearly heard that these dialogues must translate into action, and the focus of next year of action in the ramp up to COP26 and beyond. That's clearly what we have heard. And we have heard that the climate dialogue starting next week, chaired by Marianne and Tosi, will look in detail about implementation. They will build on the momentum from the Race to Zero dialogues, and we are so proud of passing the baton with that intention, right? There's a very concrete intention of being helpful on the support of the parties. And we look, of course, ahead to the Ambition Summit on December the 12th, where we will be seeing how there is a growing partnership and an accelerating ambition group, as Minister Schmidt very properly brought, between national government, businesses, investors, cities, states, regions, universities, and civil society, with all of them for the activation of the ambition group. That's what we're here for.
And so it's so exciting to feel that we are all united across all those groups and all the participants in our commitment to transformational action globally in the year and the decade ahead in support of a successful COP26 and beyond. And so with that, I say thank you to everybody and good night, good morning, good evening, wherever you are. Goodbye.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye, you all. Thank you a lot. Great job.
Thank you.
Thank you.